Imagine being reincarnated in an awakened world, thinking of yourself as the main character, with immense power and a lot of ladies around you. But to your surprise, you are not awakened at all, and in fact, you are the weakest of them all. If this was not enough, you are branded as a traitor by everyone. And if this was not enough, your own friend poisoned you and left you to die as a traitor. As you wait for your death, you wake up once again, and this time, you are in the body of the Demon King, brimming with insane powers, capable of destroying the humanity that betrayed you. And added to that, now you have a sexy fiancé who is also the Demon Queen, along with a sexy mistress who are ready to do anything you want to them. The story begins by revealing how the ordinary world can collapse in an instant. One day, a rift appeared in the sky, unleashing monstrous beings from another world, Mostro. With no means to close the rift, humanity found itself helpless as the Mostro wreaked havoc without restraint. Even the military was powerless against them, plunging the world into an era of despair. However, just when all hope seemed lost, the awakened ones emerged, individuals with extraordinary abilities who became the last line of defense against these calamities. People hailed them as heroes. The scene shifts to a world overrun by Mostro, where chaos and destruction spread across every corner. Civilians had no choice but to flee in terror. Among them, a frightened woman sat clutching her baby, desperately hoping for a miracle. A towering Mostro soon locked its gaze on her, ready to strike. But before it could move, a warrior stepped forward, gripping a sword in his hands. Without hesitation, he positioned himself between the woman and the creature, urging her to escape while he held the monster back. As the battle began, the monstrous being attacked fiercely. The warrior blocked the strike with his sword, giving the woman just enough time to flee with her child. But the Mostro was relentless. Using its powerful wings, it sent the warrior flying backward, slamming him hard against a stone wall. Blood trickled from his mouth as he struggled to regain his focus. Before he could react, the creature lunged toward him, ready to land a fatal blow. Just then, another warrior descended from above, striking with precision. His blade sliced through the creature's neck in a single, decisive motion, ending its rampage instantly. The battlefield remained engulfed in chaos, with many Mostro still present. But the heroes fought fiercely, each unleashing their unique powers. One warrior ripped a monster's heart straight from its chest, while another used his fire abilities to engulf the creatures in flames, reducing them to ashes. Together, the heroes overcame the monstrous invasion, eliminating every last threat. The remaining survivors, who had watched in terror, now erupted in cheers. Relief and gratitude filled the air as they celebrated the victory. Among them, the woman and her child stood in awe, their fear replaced by admiration. With heartfelt gratitude, they silently thanked the heroes who had saved them from certain doom. As the dust settled from the battle, the heroes who had saved humanity from destruction were introduced. Leading them was Kanda Yu, the youngest commander in the history of heroes. An Esper with formidable lightning abilities, he was hailed as the star of hope for humanity, known for his unmatched strength. Beside him stood Riku Darren, the deputy commander. Though young, he possessed overwhelming power and remained calm in any situation. As Kanda Yu's right-hand man, he was a figure of reliability. Then came Sakuma Retsu, an Esper with fire abilities. His rough personality matched his aggressive combat style, making him the ace of the assault squad. As the heroes stood together, the weak warrior, who had nearly been killed by the Mostro, watched from behind the crowd. A determination grew in his heart as he silently vowed to one day attain the same level of strength. With the battle over, peace returned to the area. The injured were taken for medical treatment. The weak warrior soon found himself in the care of Shiraishi Chiyo, a healer. As she handed him an antidote, she warned him about the dangers of the winged tribe's poison. Even exposure to their vapors could be lethal. He thanked her but was suddenly overcome with a violent cough, questioning his own recklessness in attacking the Mostro despite being so powerless. Just then, two heroes approached him with disdain. They mocked his actions, calling him a fool for wasting their time. To them, someone as weak as him being considered a hero was nothing short of a disgrace. Retsu, smirking, reminded him of the label he carried, the traitor's son. The insult hit hard, and in anger the weak warrior shot back, insisting that his father was not a traitor. Without hesitation, Retsu struck him with a fierce kick, sending him tumbling to the ground. He then coldly recounted the past, how the warrior's father, despite being the commander of the heroes, had abandoned his wounded comrades and crossed into the other world. If that wasn't treason, then what was? The warrior had no response. His eyes filled with tears as he protested, insisting that his father would never betray humanity. Retsu stepped forward, pressing his foot onto the young warrior's chest, forcing him down. The warrior, now seething with anger, glared at him. Amused by his defiance, Retsu laughed and taunted him, daring him to fight back. Removing his foot, he issued a challenge, offering the warrior a chance to prove himself. He claimed he would defeat him with just a single finger. Summoning all his strength, the warrior lunged at Retsu, aiming a punch at him. But before he could land a hit, Retsu snapped his fingers. In an instant, flames engulfed the warrior's entire body, causing him to collapse in agony. Seeing him writhe on the ground, Retsu and his companion laughed at his misery. At that moment, Chiyo rushed forward, demanding that they stop. Helping the warrior up, she scolded them, reminding them that a child shouldn't be made to suffer for the sins of their parents. The two heroes remained unimpressed, warning her that she was too soft-hearted and would eventually be deceived by him as well. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged through the warrior's chest. His entire body began trembling uncontrollably. Chiyo quickly realized the cause. It was the winged tribe's poison. The warrior recalled his earlier encounter, realizing that he must have been poisoned at that moment. Chiyo wasted no time and prepared to administer the last remaining antidote. Before she could, Kanda Yu appeared, stopping her. With a serious expression, he warned that this was not the right time to use it. Kanda went on to instruct Chiyo to check on the collapsed child nearby. Chiyo hesitated, unwilling to leave the weakened warrior alone in such a state. But Kanda, offering a reassuring smile, assured her that everything would be fine and urged her to go. Reluctantly, she obeyed and left. The weakened warrior's condition continued to deteriorate. Struggling to speak, he begged for the antidote. But the brat had a devilish smile on his face while he looked down at him and asked if he truly wanted it. But instead of giving it to him, he remarked that the dog nearby had also been unwell for some time and that he might have been poisoned. There was only one dose of the antidote left. So who should receive it? Retsu quickly responded, stating that there was no need to hesitate. The dog, at least, was useful in battle, while the warrior was worthless. Darren laughed, mocking the warrior, telling everyone that, just moments ago, he had acted like a hero. Yet now he was willing to let the dog die for his own sake. Kanda listened to them with a smirk and noted that it seemed everyone shared the same opinion. Without another word, he uncapped the antidote bottle and casually let it fall to the ground. The warrior could only watch in shock as the liquid spilled onto the dirt. The dog sniffed at the antidote, licked it slightly, and then, to the warrior's horror, defecated on it. He was stunned, unable to believe what he was seeing. Kanda chuckled, feigning amusement. So, it wasn't poisoning after all, just an upset stomach? Fury boiled inside the warrior as he shouted at them, demanding to know why they were treating him with such cruelty. What had he ever done to deserve this? Kanda's expression turned cold. Without hesitation, he stated that the warrior was nothing but an eyesore. Placing a foot on his shoulder, he pressed down, forcing him lower. A traitor's son should crawl like a worm, yet this one dared to dream of becoming a hero? His very existence was a mistake. With that, Kanda struck him down with a brutal kick to the head, sending him crashing to the ground once more. He then coldly remarked that trash should remain trash. The warrior should have been discarded long ago, but now, if his name didn't appear on the casualty list, he would be seen as a deserter, just like his father. Satisfied, Kanda turned away. As he walked off, he ordered Retsu to seal off the area and ensure that no one approached. If anyone asked, they were to say that a Mostro was still lurking nearby. With that, the three of them left, thinking that as the nuisance is gone, they should have a party. The warrior, bruised and beaten, struggled to rise, but his body refused to obey. Once again, he collapsed, unable to do anything but lie on the cold ground. Lying battered on the ground, the warrior clenched his fists in frustration. He had risked his life to protect the citizens, so why was he being treated like this? As anger and confusion swirled in his mind, a strange presence appeared behind him. A faint red aura shimmered in the air, forming the silhouette of a woman. Turning his head weakly, he struggled to make out the figure, but his vision was too blurry from the poison. His thoughts raced. Was this a surviving Mostro? The figure stepped closer, and as she emerged from the haze, her appearance became clearer. She was stunning and undeniably alluring. But there was something unsettling about her presence. The boy's body was still weak, and he was tensed in fear. In his current state, he couldn't even handle a low-ranked Mostro. Was this how he would die, he wondered? Memories flooded his mind as he recalled his teacher's words, predicting that he would one day become a novelist after reading his Easy on his father and giving him an award. But that was never his dream. He had always wanted to be a hero, just like his father. He remembered how his father had smiled with pride upon hearing those words, knowing for sure that he is going to become a hero. Yet that happiness had been short-lived, and one day, everything changed. The shocking news came to the boy and his mother that his father had betrayed humanity and had gone to the other world. Both of them had to get out of their house because it was all confiscated by the government. But the boy refused to believe it, as it was impossible. His father wasn't a traitor, but his mother, however, had been unable to bear the weight of this accusation. Overwhelmed with grief, she had clung to him in her last breath, her tear-filled eyes pleading as she whispered her final words. She had told him to trust his father and to uncover the truth, and with those last words, she had taken her final breath. The pain of that moment reignited something inside him. He had made a promise to his mother that he wouldn't die in a place like this and find out the truth. He was the legendary Ren Haneda's son, and he cannot give up. Fueled by newfound determination, he somehow got up from the ground and grabbed a nearby iron rod, while the female monster was looking at the boy who was gripping it tightly. His body, though aching, pushed itself up. Facing the mysterious woman, he refused to back down. With unwavering resolve, he declared that he feared neither Kanda nor her. And without hesitation, he lunged forward, launching a fierce attack towards the lady. But just then, the mysterious woman extended her hand forward, unleashing a powerful attack. The force was so powerful that it sent the weakened warrior flying through the air before he crashed hard onto the ground. Pain surged through his body as he struggled to process what had just happened. His mind raced. Her strength was overwhelming. Was she an S-class? The realization sent a wave of shock through him. What was an S-class doing here? Could the intelligence have been wrong? It suddenly dawned on him. The weaklings from earlier had only been a distraction. This was the true ambush. Determined, he forced himself to stand. He needed to inform headquarters before it was too late. But before he could take another step, the woman moved with inhuman speed, appearing right in front of him. With a single strike, she knocked him unconscious, his body collapsing to the ground. Gazing down at him, she observed his frail form. Humans of lower ranks were indeed fragile, unable to withstand even a fraction of her power. Yet, despite their physical weakness, their souls held exceptional strength. Curious, she knelt beside him, extending her hand toward his unconscious body, and suddenly, the scene shifted. The warrior found himself in an unfamiliar place. A shadow loomed behind him, and a strange energy surged through his body. A powerful sensation pulsed within him, filling him with a strength he had never felt before. Then, as the boy wanted to know about where he was and what was happening to him, it was all over in an instant, and his eyes snapped open. As his vision cleared, he realized he was lying in a room, one he did not recognize. Confusion flooded his mind. Where was he? Just moments ago, he had been on the battlefield. Had he survived? What was happening outside? Pushing himself up from the bed, he glanced around, searching for someone, anyone. He had something urgent to do. But before he could call out, his gaze landed on a mirror placed nearby. What he saw left him frozen in shock. His reflection was no longer the same. His body, completely transformed. Just then, the same mysterious woman entered the room, but this time, she wasn't alone. Another woman accompanied her. Observing the warrior, the two exchanged a glance before confirming their suspicion. He had awakened, and the fusion had been a success. Before the boy could process their words, his emotions erupted. In a fit of shock and rage, he lashed out, shattering the mirror in front of him. As the broken shards scattered across the floor, he caught his own reflection in the fractured pieces. His breath hitched as the realization sank in. This was him. A sense of dread washed over him as he muttered in disbelief. He had transformed into a monstro. He was not able to comprehend about what was happening to him. His gaze then shifted toward the woman who had attacked him earlier. His mind instantly connected the dots, and the only thing he knew was that the female Mastro was the one responsible for this. Fueled by anger, he grabbed a weapon and lunged at her, his voice filled with fury as he accused her of turning him into this monstrous form. But before he could strike, the second woman reacted with blinding speed. In a flash, she leaped forward, delivering a swift kick that sent him crashing to the ground. Before he could recover, she pinned him down, pressing a blade against him. Her voice was sharp and demanding as she warned him not to approach the princess so recklessly. Upon hearing those words, he shifted his gaze toward the princess, his mind struggling to process the revelation. A princess? The princess stepped forward, addressing the warrior directly. She revealed her identity. She was the princess of the demon clan. Within the human military records, she was listed as a first, a title that carried significant weight. She seemed surprised that he didn't recognize her. The warrior remained silent, staring at her in shock, struggling to process what he had just heard. As he was a lowly soldier, he would not have been assigned to a high-ranking mission, so he never knew about the first or any other title in that matter. The second woman spoke up, informing him that if the princess hadn't extracted his soul, he would have died. Hearing this, the body of the boy tensed. Soul extraction? The term sent a shiver down his spine. His mind immediately recalled the information recorded by the heroes. According to official records, the Mostro were classified into 4 major types: the Demon Clan, Winged Clan, Beast Clan, and Armored Clan. The Winged Clan specialized in flight and carried deadly poison. The Beast Clan was known for its incredible speed and raw physical strength. The Armored Clan had unmatched destructive power and near impenetrable defenses. Finally, the Demon Clan, the one that most closely resembled humans, possessed abilities that were anything but ordinary. Some members of the Demon Clan were rumored to have powerful mental abilities, while high-ranking ones were said to have the ability to separate their bodies from their souls. However, this was merely speculation by the humans, as no one had ever witnessed such a phenomenon firsthand. Realization struck the boy like a lightning bolt as he realized that his soul had been exchanged with that of a Demon Clan vessel. A sinking feeling settled in his chest as he turned to the princess and asked about his original body. The princess calmly explained that the poison of the Winged Clan corroded flesh at an alarming rate, capable of reducing even an elephant to nothing but a pool of blood within 10 minutes, and due to it, most likely his body had already been disposed of. The mind of the boy went blank as the weight of the princess's words left him unable to comprehend what had happened. In a daze, he tried to stand, but his legs gave out beneath him, sending him crashing back to the floor. The second woman, watching his struggle, remarked that humans had developed robots specifically designed to clean up battlefields. Some drones were even equipped with flamethrowers, ensuring that nothing remained, not even ashes. Hearing this, the princess smirked and casually mused that perhaps she should acquire a few of those for herself. The princess looked at him with indifference, stating that what happened to an empty body was none of her concern. Instead, he should focus on adapting to his new form as quickly as possible. The frustration of the boy boiled over, and he snapped back, refusing to accept her authority as he was not her subordinate and had no obligation to follow her orders. His voice rose into a furious shout as he demanded answers from the princess. He was human, so he wondered about why had she turned the boy into this. The boy wondered if the demons intended to extract information about humanity or the heroes from him. The princess remained silent, offering no response. Undeterred, the boy continued, and was mocking her efforts, telling her that if that was their goal, they had chosen the wrong person to bring here. Without hesitation, he launched himself forward, preparing to strike. If he was going to be used by the Mastro, he would rather die again than be their pawn. The second woman, unfazed by his defiance, stepped forward and swiftly countered. Without giving him a chance to react, she delivered a powerful kick to his abdomen, followed by another to his face. The impact sent him reeling before she struck him once more, sending him crashing to the ground. As he struggled to get up, she leaped into the air, aiming another devastating attack at him. Mocking his feeble resistance, she declared that someone as weak as him had no right to act arrogant. Even if this was merely a vessel, it was humiliating that a pathetic weakling of a human like him could be associated with the demon clan. Her words ignited something inside the boy, and suddenly, a fury surged through his veins as he roared in defiance, asking the lady about who was she calling weak. A blue aura surrounded the boy. With incredible force, he struck the lady guard directly in the abdomen, sending her hurtling backward. She crashed hard into the wall behind the princess, and shock rippled through the room as both the princess and her subordinate stared in disbelief. Even the boy was stunned by what had just happened. This unknown power was completely mysterious to him. The guard lady's mind raced as she realized that the boy had the power of the demon clan. The princess, equally stunned, was unable to process the scene she had just witnessed. The strength of the demon clan was directly linked to the power of the soul, so how was a mere human capable of wielding it? Before she could dwell on the thought, she saw that an overwhelming aura erupted from the body of the boy, and a lot of blue energy surged through him like a force he had never experienced before. He could feel the raw power coursing through his entire being. For the first time, the princess's composed expression faltered. Realizing the danger, she wasted no time. Moving swiftly, she unleashed her own power, forcefully bringing him down. Before he could react, she closed the distance, pinning him to the ground. In one fluid motion, she straddled him, keeping him firmly in place while sitting on top of him. The princess tightened her grip around the boy's throat, her fingers pressing firmly against his skin. As she did, she began extracting the demonic energy that had surged within him. He struggled, trying to move, but his body refused to respond. It was as if he had been completely paralyzed. His gaze locked onto the princess as thoughts raced through his mind. Meanwhile, the princess realized that the boy was showing no demonic energy waves which are coming from him. Yet, what had just happened was undeniably something beyond human. Before the boy could make sense of any of it, the princess suddenly hesitated, and a strange realization flickered in her expression. Without warning, she began removing her clothing, and the boy, along with you guys, are having their eyes widened in shock. What was the princess actually trying to do and achieve? But before the boy could voice his confusion, the princess pulled a sheet over both of them, covering their bodies together. Meanwhile, outside the room, a thin, eerie creature crept toward the princess's chamber. It moved silently, its single, large eye glowing faintly in the dim light. As it peered inside, it caught a glimpse of the princess entangled with someone. But before the creature could react, the second woman swiftly intercepted it. Without hesitation, she struck it down, pinning it under her foot. In a single motion, she split it into two, eliminating the threat instantly. Inside, the warrior lay frozen beneath the princess, his mind spiraling in disbelief. She was completely bare, her form pressed against him in curves having insane proportions. His breath caught as he found himself captivated by her beauty, as he wondered if the demon clan women truly this breathtaking and wonderful. She was unlike any woman he had ever seen, and it was beyond human perfection. Shaking his head, he quickly turned his gaze away, forcing himself to regain control of his thoughts. The boy was not able to believe on what he was even thinking. He was a human who killed Mastro, and she was a Mastro to begin with, but he wondered about what exactly she was trying to do. Was this some kind of honeypot trap? Or perhaps a new form of torture? Did she intend to drain him completely out of his white juice until nothing remained? Before he could come up with an answer, the princess suddenly leaned forward, bringing her face dangerously close to his. The boy's heart started pounding loudly as he realized what was about to happen. As both of their lips started getting closer, the boy wondered if his first kiss really going to be stolen at death's door, and by a demon no less. But before anything could happen, his senses snapped back into focus as he was jerked awake, his body tensing as he realized something was on his face. His eyes darted downward, only to find the thin creature's lifeless body resting atop him. A sudden jolt of shock shot through him as he instinctively sprang upright, his breath coming fast and uneven. The princess observed the lifeless creature and calmly explained that it was the Eye of Mandala, a reconnaissance entity. Hearing this, the warrior's expression tensed. Reconnaissance? That meant this place was being monitored. The second woman elaborated, mentioning that while they had managed to eliminate some, a few had still escaped. It was clear that someone was deeply concerned about Shura's fate and was keeping a close watch. At the mention of that name, the princess's gaze darkened. Shura, she revealed, was the original owner of this body, and her fiancé. The warrior flinched at the revelation, momentarily taken aback. The princess continued, explaining that they were supposed to be married that very day, but before the ceremony could take place, Shura had vanished. By the time she finally found him, he was already dead. But the circumstances surrounding his death were a mystery. Why had he been there? Who had killed him? She had no answers. However, there was one thing she was certain of. The wounds on his body were not inflicted by humans. The warrior processed her words carefully. Not humans? Then was it a Mostro? Could this be the result of internal conflict within their ranks? The princess elaborated further that among the demon clan, merit was everything. Even royalty was no exception. Strength dictated status, and those who failed to keep up were left behind. Shura had been the strongest warrior of the demon clan, and his death meant that she would immediately become a target for those seeking to rise in power. To conceal his death, the princess had been left with no choice. A living soul had to be merged with his body. A realization dawned upon the warrior that everything that had happened to him was not for blackmailing the human military. He voiced his thoughts aloud, and the princess confirmed it by saying that after all, the military he had always trusted had already abandoned the boy, thinking that he was weak and pathetic. Hearing this, the boy was in deep shock, wondering if no one came for his rescue. The second woman reinforced the statement, dismissing him as nothing more than a lowly soldier, and he was picked because there were no other survivors on the battlefield, leaving the princess with no choice but to select him. A bitter anger simmered within the boy as he knew that he had risked his life fighting for humanity, and yet, in the end, he was nothing more than a disposable pawn to them. The princess, unfazed, offered him a final choice, asking him if he would cooperate with them, or would he die once again. After the explanation was done, the princess handed the boy a smart tab, its screen glowing faintly. As he took it, uncertainty filled his expression. The new Shura questioned its purpose, but before he could receive an answer, a video began playing. The scene depicted a grand military ceremony where a high-ranking officer stood before a gathering of heroes and officials. With a commanding presence, he addressed the crowd, announcing their victory over the Mostro. The battle had been won, ensuring the safety of countless civilians and preserving their homes. In recognition of exceptional leadership during the operation, Captain Kanda was being awarded the first-class medal. As the crowd erupted in applause, Kanda stepped forward, his demeanor composed yet proud. The officer presented him with the prestigious award, solidifying his status as a celebrated hero. The two exchanged a firm salute, marking the moment with a sense of honor and duty. Kanda's teammates watched with pride, their expressions filled with admiration for their leader's accomplishments. Amid the celebration, a woman and her young child emerged from the crowd. They were the same civilians that the boy had saved during the battle, but the child already saw the leader and was barely able to contain his excitement as he ran toward Kanda, holding a bouquet of flowers. With eyes full of admiration, he extended the flowers as a token of gratitude, expressing deep appreciation for Kanda's bravery. The boy's excitement spilled over as he declared his own dream, a desire to grow strong and fight against the Mostro by becoming a hero, just like the hero standing before him. The warriors nearby chuckled at his enthusiasm, finding amusement in his determination. Some reminded him that he was still too young and that such responsibilities were meant for adults. The child, visibly frustrated by their words, insisted on his strength, unwilling to accept their dismissal. Laughter rippled through the crowd, but Kanda lifted the child into his arms, addressing everyone with a speech filled with conviction. He acknowledged the trust the people had placed in the heroes, emphasizing that defeating the Mostro and protecting humanity was both a responsibility and an honor. However, he reminded them that choosing this path meant accepting sacrifice. Those who embraced the role of a hero had to engrave that truth into their hearts. He spoke of the reality of war, defining heroes as weapons, shields, and the final line of defense. He made it clear that faltering before the enemy, fearing death, or abandoning those who could not fight were unforgivable acts, equivalent to murder. His voice carried unwavering resolve as he condemned traitors, declaring that betrayal would never be forgiven. His words ignited a surge of passion within the crowd. Voices rose in unison, chanting their agreement with intense fervor. The declaration rang loud. Traitors were disgraceful and would never be forgiven. As the warrior watched the scene unfold on the smart tab's screen, a new notification abruptly interrupted the broadcast. A bounty notice appeared, flashing boldly across the display. The military had declared the boy, who was a former hero, as a fugitive, marking him as a wanted criminal. His breath caught as he stared at the image on the notice. It was his own previous face. A storm of anger and betrayal swelled within him. The very people he had once fought for had not only abandoned him, they had branded him an enemy. The princess regarded him with a cold yet knowing expression. She made it clear. He didn't have to cooperate with them, but if he refused, no one would thank him in the human world too, and his life would forever be branded with the mark of a traitor, and he would die without ever having the chance to set things right. The princess asked him if it wasn't frustrating to be condemned like this, without a way to fight back. Her words struck deep inside the boy. Of course it was frustrating. Heck, it was beyond frustrating. The boy's thoughts spiraled into anger as he wondered about why his family had to suffer for something they never did. Why were the people who spread these lies still living their lives without consequence? He couldn't allow it to end like this, and for that, he would survive no matter what it took, and one day, he would get his revenge. His grip on the smart tab tightened as his gaze burned with rage. Staring at the image of Kanda, he seethed with hatred. Everything Kanda had done to him, he would return it tenfold and make his revenge a satisfying one. With a sudden outburst, he hurled the tab to the ground, shattering it into pieces. The princess observed his reaction with satisfaction before leading him away. They soon arrived at a vast open chamber where a massive black dragon lay in deep slumber before them. The sight of the beast made Shura's pulse quicken. He wondered if the dragon was the demon clan's ride. Before he could fully process it, the dragon's eyes snapped open. With a deafening roar, it bared its fangs at him, radiating raw hostility. Before the situation could escalate, the princess activated her power. A powerful aura surrounded her as she exerted her will, bringing the dragon under her control in an instant. She explained that this beast had once been Shura's companion, and while his body belonged to Shura, the boy was still having a soul of a human, which was why the dragon reacted so violently. To counter this, she handed him a ring, a finely crafted artifact that pulsed with faint purple energy. This was Inferon, and by wearing it, the boy's human scent would be masked, preventing magical creatures from detecting his true identity. As he examined the ring, the second woman approached, carrying a thick stack of papers. She placed them in his hands, informing him that these contained detailed records about Shura. He was expected to learn everything before they reached the demon palace. The boy's irritation flared as he flipped through the sheer volume of information. How many days did they expect him to take to memorize all of this? But the princess' response was cold and indifferent as she told him that she didn't care, and the princess was watching the exchange and gave him a final warning that, if he didn't want to memorize it, he didn't have to. But if he made even the slightest mistake in anything at the demonic palace, she would kill him. A chill ran down his spine. The weight of her words was absolute, and for the first time, fear crept into his expression. The scene shifted as the three of them soared through the sky, riding atop the massive black dragon. Shura gazed down at the vast landscape stretching beneath them, his mind struggling to comprehend what he was seeing. Was this the world inside the gate? His eyes scanned the land below, where countless Mastro thrived. But what struck him most was their behavior. Instead of the mindless savagery he had always imagined, they appeared content. Groups of them gathered together, eating, drinking, and laughing, immersed in celebration and leisure. The sight unsettled him. He had always believed the Mostro to be a barbaric race, creatures that existed only to destroy. But was this the kind of life they actually led? The princess, as if sensing his thoughts, remarked that the world he had come from wasn't much different. She assured him that he would get used to it quickly. Her words irritated him. He disagreed instantly. Their worlds couldn't be the same. Humans had morals, laws, and a sense of unity, living by helping one another. The Mostro, on the other hand, knew only violence, murder, and theft. He pointed out that much of what they possessed had been stolen from humans. The second woman, unfazed by his argument, dismissed his concerns. To her, these were simply spoils of war, a natural consequence of conflict. If he had a problem with it, he was free to take it back by force. Frustration welled up inside him. In the end, thieves could only justify their actions with the logic of a thief. Before the conversation could continue, the princess's expression shifted slightly, her gaze sharpening as she took notice of something ahead. A massive swarm of insect-like creatures was approaching them at high speed. Shura was tensed at the sight as their numbers were overwhelming. Without hesitation, the princess activated her power, forming a protective barrier around them. A translucent shield enveloped their surroundings, keeping the creatures at bay. Curiosity and concern mixed in Shura's voice as he asked what those creatures were and why there were so many of them. The princess identified them as horseflies, creatures born in the abyss. Their bites inflicted a pain that lasted for days, making them one of the more troublesome hazards of this world. To avoid them, The dragon lowered its altitude, steering clear of the swarm. As they distanced themselves from the insects, an even more unpleasant sensation crept in. A thick, revolting stench filled the air. Shura recoiled at the overwhelming odor, his stomach twisting in discomfort. The princess calmly explained that it was miasma. Beneath them was a stretched and vast dark sea, its waters swirling with an ominous energy. Unlike any ocean he had ever seen, this one pulsed with dark energy, its very presence radiating an eerie, unnatural force. Within its depths, countless ferocious creatures lurked. Vicious, monstrous fish swam through the blackened waters, endlessly tearing into one another, locked in an eternal cycle of predator and prey. Shura's eyes widened as he took in the sight, unable to hide his shock. The princess, noticing his reaction, explained the harsh reality of their world. She referred to this place as the Abyss, a region where the sea of the underworld met this world. The laws he spoke of, the human concepts of morality and order, held no meaning here. Instead, they followed a single rule: the strong devour the weak. The very waters of the abyss were toxic, brimming with lethal energy that poisoned both the air and the land. There was no room for the weak here. Even survival itself was a privilege granted only to those who possessed the strength to claim it. She further revealed that, unlike humans, who could plow fields, cultivate crops, or raise livestock, the demon clan lacked the resources for such luxuries. They had no choice but to steal. Life belonged to the strong, and death was the fate of the weak. This was the only law that governed the demon clan. Her words lingered in his mind, stirring buried memories. Long ago, humanity had attempted to invade the other world, but each attempt had ended in disaster. Every soldier who ventured beyond the gate perished from poisoning. No one had ever understood the cause, but now Shura wondered if this toxic sea was the reason behind it. His gaze flickered toward the princess as he realized that, if he was going to escape, now was the perfect chance. His mind raced with possibilities, but as quickly as the thought came, he dismissed it. He didn't have enough information. It was too dangerous to act recklessly. Even if he returned now, there was no guarantee anyone would believe him. The military would never accept his words, and worst of all, if Kanda got to him first, he would be killed again. Lost in thought, he barely noticed the princess observing him closely. Her piercing gaze settled on him as she questioned about what was on his mind. Forcing himself to remain composed, he quickly brushed off her concerns, claiming it was nothing. The princess didn't press further. Instead, she shifted her focus ahead, announcing that they were approaching the center of the abyss. She warned the boy to hold on tightly. With that, the dragon surged forward, its speed increasing as they descended deeper into the unknown. As the dragon surged forward at an incredible speed, a deep sense of fear took hold of Shura. The sheer velocity of their descent made his stomach churn, and despite his best efforts, he couldn't contain his panic. A terrified scream ripped from his throat as the ground rushed toward them. The landing was sudden and forceful. As soon as the dragon touched the ground, his body was flung forward, sending him crashing onto the hard earth. The impact left him disoriented. His vision blurred, and a wave of nausea overtook him. His body trembled as he struggled to process his surroundings. Unable to hold it back, he began vomiting, his dizziness worsening. His mind drifted into incoherent thoughts as he turned toward the princess, his vision still hazy. In his dazed state, he mistook her for his grandmother, mumbling nonsense as if she had come to take him home. The moment was short-lived, as a sharp slap struck his face, snapping him back to reality. The force of the hit sent him sprawling across the ground. Blinking rapidly, he finally regained enough clarity to take in his surroundings. Before him stood the demon clan's palace, a massive, ominous structure that radiated an overwhelming aura of power. The presence of several other dragons around the area made it clear that this was no ordinary place. The princess observed the scene and remarked that it seemed the other demon generals had arrived. The lady guard, standing beside her, confirmed her suspicion. She explained that the 3 demon generals were highly ambitious, each possessing enough strength to challenge the princess for the throne. It was likely that they were the ones who had released Mandala's eye, keeping a close watch on the situation. Shifting her attention, the princess turned to Shura, asking whether he had studied the documents she had given him earlier. He remained silent, his eyes darting around as if searching for an escape. His hesitation did not go unnoticed. Annoyance flared in the lady guard's eyes as she raised her voice, demanding an answer. Had he seriously not memorized the information? Without waiting for a response, she unsheathed her knife, her voice filled with cold warning that deceiving the demon king was a grave crime. If he showed even the slightest weakness, failing to protect the princess, she would personally kill him first. His frustration finally boiled over. Glaring at her, he snapped back, reminding her that they were supposed to be allies. If she had so little trust in him, she should just kill him now and be done with it. The princess, however, simply observed the exchange before calmly advising him to be careful. A flicker of embarrassment crossed his face. Straightening himself, he took a deep breath and finally spoke. They didn't know this, but within the military, he had been regarded as the strongest strategist, despite lacking any special abilities. His role had always been to analyze enemies as quickly as possible, identifying their weaknesses and turning the tide of battle. To him, learning the traits of the Mastro was effortless. He had already memorized all the information about the demon clan. With a confident grin, he strode forward, assuring them to leave everything to him. Just as he spoke, the massive gates of the palace swung open. Inside, countless demons stood waiting. Every single one of them was staring at him. A wave of unease settled over him as he felt the weight of their piercing gazes. Despite his earlier confidence, a nervous tension crept into his body. The princess took the lead, signaling for them to move forward. Without hesitation, the 3 of them began walking through the grand entrance of the demon clan's palace. As they proceeded, the gathering of demons observed them intently. Murmurs spread throughout the hall, whispers of speculation and intrigue filling the air. Many of them eyed Shura with curiosity and doubt. To them, he was Shura, the god of death. However, his appearance seemed too ordinary. Was he really as dangerous as the legends claimed? Some among them viewed this as an opportunity. If they could defeat him, they could claim the princess for themselves. A sense of unease settled in Shura's gut. The sheer intensity of their stares was suffocating, but before he could react, a sudden attack was launched. One of the demons leaped forward at incredible speed, aiming directly at them. The lady guard instantly moved to intercept, stepping in front to shield them. However, the attacker overpowered her, sending her flying to the side with a forceful strike. Before the situation could escalate further, the princess swiftly intervened. Channeling her power, she forced the attacker back. With lightning-fast reflexes, she cracked her whip, delivering multiple devastating blows. The sheer force of her attack sent the aggressor retreating, leaving him momentarily stunned. Her voice carried an unmistakable authority as she demanded to know his intentions. As the dust settled, the identity of the attacker was revealed. His name was Marin, and rather than showing remorse, he remained completely unfazed. Casually brushing himself off, he made light of the situation, claiming that he was merely stretching his body since his back had been hurting. Another voice soon joined the conversation. A female demon named Mami stepped forward, commenting in a teasing tone. She hinted that since the princess was newly married, she must be preoccupied with many responsibilities. However, before the princess could respond, yet another demon spoke. This time, it was Mari, whose demeanor was far colder and more calculated. Unlike the others, his focus was entirely on Shura. Rumors had spread that Shura's whereabouts had been unknown for quite some time. With a piercing gaze, Mari demanded an answer. Had the princess finally found him? Mari continued speaking, his tone sharp with suspicion. On such an important day, how could Shura have gone missing? What exactly was going on? Mami, smirking slightly, added to the tension that the princess was far too generous. If it had been her, she would have torn him apart for such a betrayal. Maran joined in, his words laced with amusement, as he wondered if Shura had abandoned his fiancée to seek out another woman. The princess remained outwardly composed, but internally, her thoughts raced. The news of Shura's disappearance had already spread. If someone here had been responsible for his death, they were still hesitating to reveal it. That meant they weren't certain that he was truly gone. They were probing, waiting for confirmation before making a move. Meanwhile, murmurs spread through the gathered demons. Many openly declared that the princess should forget about such an unfaithful man and marry them instead. The atmosphere grew more intense as Maran suddenly issued a challenge. He declared a duel, setting the terms clearly. Whoever won would claim the princess. Excitement erupted among the surrounding demons. A battle for the princess's hand was something they all wanted to witness. The princess, however, immediately saw through their plan. They were deliberately provoking Shura. They wanted him to act, to expose himself. Before she could intervene, the lady guard beside her whispered a warning. Something felt off. Their eyes turned to Shura. His entire body was trembling. His hands clenched tightly, but no matter how hard he tried to suppress it, his body continued to shake uncontrollably. Inside his mind, panic surged. His heart pounded violently, an unfamiliar terror gripping him. It was fear, and it was a sensation he had never experienced before. He had fought countless battles, standing on the brink of death more times than he could count. Yet not once had he felt this kind of fear. Why now? Why here? It was as if he had become a lone sheep wandering into a pack of wolves. This fear was far beyond the fear of death. It was the instinctual terror of being hunted. The princess observed Shura carefully, her mind analyzing the situation. She knew that something was off, and that someone was using an illusion against him. If this had been the real Shura, such a minor magical disturbance would have meant nothing. But his soul was human, and at this rate, the pressure would crush him completely. However, if she interfered now, she would expose the truth, that this was not the real Shura. She hesitated and wondered about what she should do. Meanwhile, Shura struggled to breathe. A suffocating pressure weighed down on his chest, making every breath a painful struggle. It felt as if his heart was being squeezed, his body on the verge of bursting apart. Maran, watching his reaction, stepped closer, demanding that he say something. But Shura remained silent, unable to speak. Maran's irritation grew, his patience wearing thin. The lack of response only angered him further. Losing his temper, he prepared to strike, raising his arm for an attack. At that moment, the princess acted. She delivered a powerful kick, sending Shura crashing to the ground. The unexpected move stunned the gathered demons, leaving them speechless. She coldly declared that a man who did not cherish her was not worth having. If he did not clear up the misunderstanding right now, she would cancel their engagement on the spot. The impact from her kick snapped him out of the illusion's grip. As he blinked, his vision cleared, and he realized that his body was functioning again. The unbearable suffocation had vanished. He could finally breathe normally. Maran, watching with amusement, stepped forward. Mocking him, he laughed loudly, ridiculing the so-called god of death, a warrior who couldn't even defeat a woman. The princess clearly had terrible taste in men. Shura, instead of reacting with anger, grinned. He had suspected something was off, and now he knew what it was. It was Maran's mouth. Maran's laughter faltered, his expression darkening as rage boiled within him. Then, without warning, Shura struck the demon. With deadly precision, he drove his fist directly into Maran's groin. a crushing blow to his small eggs, a devastating and merciless strike. As Maran collapsed in agony, Shura's voice rang out, filled with mocking defiance. He dared to insult his woman? The entire hall fell silent for a moment, and no one reacted. Then, the princess and the lady guard stared in shock, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. Even Mommy, watching the scene unfold, burst into laughter. With a smirk, she admitted that she was glad she wasn't a man, because just witnessing the attack was painful enough. Mari, also laughing, commented on Shura's brutality, thinking that the god of death was indeed terrifying. Meanwhile, Marin lay on the ground, his body trembling from the sheer agony. The surrounding demons muttered among themselves. With a single attack, he had completely subdued one of the demon generals. Some silently thanked their luck, as they were glad they hadn't picked a fight with him. But Maran's fury did not fade. Through sheer determination, he forced himself to stand, rage burning in his eyes. He decided that he would kill him. But before he could make a move, a portal suddenly opened at the center of the hall. All eyes turned toward it. A hush fell over the room as the demons immediately recognized what was happening. Their voices rose in awe and anticipation as the Demon King had arrived. As soon as the Demon King arrived, the gathered demons bowed in respect, their heads lowered in reverence. However, Maran remained standing, refusing to acknowledge the presence of their ruler. The princess, noticing his defiance, immediately reprimanded him. Was he planning to disrespect the Demon King? Her sharp words made Maran tense for a moment. Though he clearly resented the command, he ultimately had no choice. Gritting his teeth, he reluctantly lowered his head, bowing like the others. Meanwhile, Shura's mind raced. This was the leader of the demon clan. According to military records, the Demon King was the only SSSS-level Mostro ever identified. His strength and influence were unmatched. His anticipation grew as the portal pulsed with energy, revealing the figure of the Demon King. And then a capybara stepped out. Shura's entire body froze in shock. His mind struggled to process what he was seeing. Was this some kind of joke? Before he could react, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. The voice belonged to Princess Maya. His eyes widened. But something was off. No one else seemed to hear her. Realization dawned on him. The princess was speaking to him through telepathy. She explained the truth behind the Demon King's presence. The Demon King had grown old and no longer involved himself in active leadership. Instead, he had entrusted all responsibilities to the 4 demon generals. It was rare for him to even appear. Most of the time, he communicated through something else, like the capybara before them. Even the real Shura had never met him in person. For now, Maya warned, Shura needed to stay silent and hidden. As Shura processed this information, the Demon King's voice boomed through the capybara, addressing the gathered demons. He announced that there was an important discussion to be held today. The 4-clan meeting was about to take place. However, this time, a new representative would be chosen to join the council. A wave of excitement spread through the crowd. Many demons saw this as an opportunity, a chance for greater power and influence. But while the others reacted with interest, Shura remained confused. He had no idea what the Demon King was talking about. Sensing his confusion, the princess continued speaking through telepathy, providing him with critical information. The Demon Clan, Winged Clan, Beast Clan, and Armored Clan held a grand meeting every 5 years. During these gatherings, major issues were discussed: conflicts, peace treaties, land divisions, and other matters that shaped the fate of their world. Each clan's most authoritative figures attended, ensuring that their people's interests were represented. Until now, the Demon King himself had always participated. But this time, someone new would be chosen. A realization hit Shura like a bolt of lightning. Whoever was selected as the new representative had the potential to one day ascend to the throne, to become the next Demon King. Maran stepped forward, his confidence unshaken. he boldly declared that among the 4 demon generals, he was the strongest, commanding the largest number of subordinates and possessing the greatest raw power. In his eyes, there was no better candidate for the role. The princess silently assessed his claim. There was no denying that Maran's strength was unmatched among the generals. However, his reckless personality and complete lack of concern for others made him unfit for leadership. Marie, observing the situation, scoffed at Maran's arrogance. This wasn't about brute strength. It was about intelligence, something Maran clearly lacked. The princess knew that Mari's power was weaker than Maran's, but his intelligence, cunning, and strategic mind made him the most dangerous of the 4. Before the tension could escalate further, the lady guard, standing beside the princess, spoke up. If the most noble individual had to attend the 4-clan meeting, then it should be Princess Maya, the Demon King's daughter. The princess remained outwardly composed, but internally understood the problem. Despite being the Demon King's daughter, her status as a woman placed her at a disadvantage. In the Demon Clan, women were considered inferior, making her succession nearly impossible. Maran smirked at the suggestion, his tone dripping with mockery. Instead of worrying about political matters, she should focus on learning how to please a man, so her husband wouldn't abandon her. Women had no place in leadership. Before he could laugh, a snake lunged at him from the shadows. Its fangs gleamed as it struck, but before it could sink its teeth into his flesh, Maran reacted instantly, unleashing a devastating counterattack that obliterated the creature. The attack, however, hadn't been random. The one who had summoned the snake was Mami. Watching Maran recover from the attack, she grinned mischievously. With a teasing tone, she reminded him that underestimating women could be fatal, because if a woman were to kill him, it would be even more humiliating. The princess observed Mami carefully. Unlike most women in the Demon Clan, Mami understood how to use her femininity as a weapon, manipulating others to gain an advantage. Her presence alone commanded attention, and those gathered in the hall couldn't take their eyes off her. Maran turned toward her, his fury barely contained. Did she intend to fight him? Mami, feigning innocence, dismissed the idea. She had no intention of engaging in battle. She simply believed that Maran was already injured, and if he continued pushing himself, he might lose his strength as a man altogether. The thinly veiled mockery sent a fresh wave of rage through Maran. Before he could retaliate, Mari interjected. To him, it didn't matter whether one was a man or a woman. In the Demon Clan, power was everything. He would support whoever proved to be the strongest. His words immediately stirred excitement among the gathered demons. For years, it had been assumed that the next representative would be chosen from the 4 demon generals. But now, things had changed. A new possibility had emerged. Anyone strong enough could become the Demon Clan's representative. Fueled by ambition, the gathered demons turned on Maran, seeing him as their first obstacle. Without hesitation, they launched an all-out attack. Maran, despite his injuries, stood his ground, engaging each opponent one by one. Meanwhile, Shura carefully observed Mari's expression. Mari had skillfully manipulated the situation, turning Maran into a common enemy. This was expected from someone as calculating as him. Mari, too, was analyzing the battlefield. His strategy was clear. Once Maran and Mami had weakened themselves, he would strike all at once, ensuring his victory. Shura recognized the tactic immediately. This was a classic example of waiting to reap the benefits. In interspecies negotiations, strength was the ultimate trump card. But the Demon Clan was too focused on infighting, failing to realize that it would only lead to their own destruction. As the battle continued, Mami suddenly made her move. Her knife flashed in the dim light as she lunged toward Maran, aiming for a decisive strike. But before her attack could land, the princess intervened. In an instant, she blocked Mami's blade with her own, standing directly in front of Maran. As the battle escalated, Mami launched an attack, sending her snake slithering toward the princess with deadly precision. The princess, unfazed, reacted instantly. With a swift motion, she cracked her whip, lashing out at the incoming serpent. The two attacks collided midair, the snake and the whip intertwining, locking them in a tense struggle. Mommy, watching with amusement, let out a playful laugh. Feigning innocence, she questioned the princess's decision. She had been protecting her, so why was the princess turning against her? Women should support one another, yet the princess had chosen to side with the men. It was a shameful betrayal. The princess, however, remained firm. She declared that she would take no sides in this senseless battle. At a time like this, killing each other was nothing more than a pitiful waste. Shura silently observed the exchange. At least the princess had some sense, but the other demons were too consumed by their own ambitions to listen to reason. To them, personal gain mattered above all else. Before the situation could settle, Marin suddenly drew his sword. Without hesitation, he launched himself forward, aiming to strike down both the princess and Mami in a single attack. Shura instantly shouted for them to watch out, but Marin was already mid-air. His blade swung down with brutal force, forcing both women to dodge in opposite directions as they were sent tumbling across the ground. Mari, watching the reckless attack, let out an amused chuckle. Shaking his head, he mocked Maran for taking things too far. After all, Maran had just dared to lay his hands on Mami's precious snake. Meanwhile, Mami knelt beside her injured serpent, gently stroking its scaled body. Her voice turned cold as she glared at Maran, warning him in a deadly tone. If anything happened to her beloved pet, she would never forgive him. Maran let out a mocking laugh, his arrogance radiating through the room. It wasn't his fault others were weak. They had no one to blame but themselves. None of these so-called warriors were anything special. If anyone still wanted to die, they were welcome to step forward. Silence settled over the gathered demons. They muttered amongst themselves, still shaken by the battle. Marin's combat prowess was undeniable. In an instant, he had overpowered multiple challengers, including the princess and Mami. With the strongest warriors already defeated, there was nothing more they could do. One by one, they reluctantly backed off. A triumphant smirk spread across Maran's face as he turned toward the capybara, the vessel of the Demon King's voice. With unwavering confidence, he addressed his ruler. Surely, the Demon King had witnessed his strength. Since no one had any objections, there was only one logical conclusion. He should be the one chosen for the four-clan conference. No one dared to argue against him. A moment later, the Demon King spoke. His decision was made. Maran would be the representative. However, just as the matter seemed settled, a voice interrupted. Shura stepped forward. He challenged the decision, his words cutting through the tension in the room. The princess's eyes widened in shock. Maran, too, froze mid-celebration, his expression darkening. The room fell into stunned silence. Even Mari, ever amused by the unfolding chaos, turned toward Shura with an intrigued smirk. Was he interested in the conference as well? The princess's so-called man was proving to be more than just a playful distraction. He had ambition. The princess's second-in-command stared at him in disbelief. Had he lost his mind? Did he really believe he could take on Maran? Within Shura's mind, the princess's voice echoed through telepathy. She urged him to stop, warning that this was a battle he could not win. But Shura stood firm. He understood exactly what he was doing. Maran, seeing this as a chance for vengeance, grinned viciously. He still hadn't settled the score. Without hesitation, he lunged forward, his sword cutting through the air as he charged toward Shura. In his mind, there was only one outcome. He would kill Shura and claim the princess as his own. But as he closed in, Shura raised a hand. With a calm voice, he declared, he wasn't going to fight. Maran's fury exploded. His rage burned hotter than before. But before he could strike, Shura leaned in and whispered something into his ear. The moment the words left his lips, Moran's expression shifted instantly. His anger vanished, replaced by a look of pure shock. Shura simply smirked, his confidence unwavering. Moran's hands trembled. A storm of emotions swirled within him. The rage was still there, but now hesitation had settled in as well. A long moment passed before he finally turned back toward the Demon King. His voice, now unexpectedly composed, carried through the hall. He acknowledged that Mami and Shura had been right. He had been reckless, blinded by his own arrogance. He never should have forced a battle. After careful thought, he made a new suggestion. Instead of him, the princess should be the one to represent the demon clan at the four-clan conference. Moran stepped forward once more, his voice carrying an unexpected shift in tone. He declared that he had no objections to Princess Maya, the Demon King's daughter, attending the four-clan conference in his place. The gathered demons stared in shock, unable to process what they had just heard. Mari, ever skeptical, immediately questioned his motives. What exactly was he trying to do? But Moran remained firm and unwavering. Hadn't they heard him the first time? He meant every word he had said. Unlike the others, who only focused on what was right in front of them, he could see the bigger picture. Even if he participated in the tournament, it would ultimately be meaningless. His words caused an uproar among the assembled demons. Many voiced their concerns, arguing that after suffering so many injuries, their tribe would be mocked by the other three clans. After all, he had fought the hardest among them. Yet before their murmurs could spread further, Moran's fury erupted. He commanded them to remain silent, his presence alone forcing them into submission. The hall fell into an uneasy stillness. The Demon King finally spoke. Moran had relinquished his right and officially recommended Maya in his place. Now, the question remained, did anyone oppose this decision? Moran's glare hardened. He made his stance clear. Anyone who dared to object would be considered his enemy. The weight of his words left the hall in absolute silence. Even Mari, despite his usual smugness, relented, stating that if Moran had made his choice, he had no objections. With no further resistance, the rest of the demons slowly fell in line, agreeing to Moran's decision. The Demon King gave his final decree. At the next four-clan tournament, Maya would represent the demon tribe. Turning to her, he issued a stern command. She was not to betray their expectations. She was to win for the demon tribe's interests. Maya bowed in acknowledgement, accepting her duty without hesitation. With that, the meeting came to an end. The assembled demons began to disperse, leaving one by one. Moran, too, prepared to depart, mounting his dragon to take his leave. However, before he left, he cast one final glare toward Shura. His burning rage was evident, yet he held his tongue, choosing instead to leave without a word. As soon as Moran departed, the princess's second-in-command immediately turned to Shura, suspicion evident in her eyes. She demanded to know what he had done earlier. Shura, offering a casual smile, insisted that he had done nothing at all. But the woman was not convinced. She pressed further, reminding him that Moran was not someone who could be reasoned with. Changing his mind was no simple feat. Frustration creeping into her voice, she finally snapped, "Just answer the question." Shura hesitated for a moment, his gaze briefly shifting toward the princess before looking away, clearly embarrassed. Finally, he admitted that he hadn't done anything particularly significant. A flashback revealed what had actually transpired. During their brief exchange, Shura had whispered something into Moran's ear, a statement so damning that it had immediately shaken him to his core. Shura had whispered the damning truth. If it became known that Moran had been selling Beast Tribe infants to the Wing Tribe for poison resistance experiments, his survival would be impossible. Moran had been instantly paralyzed with shock, the weight of the accusation leaving him speechless. Now, upon hearing this revelation, the princess's second-in-command's expression darkened. Moran had been selling Beast Tribe infants? Was that really true? The princess, too, was taken aback, so that was why Moran had given up his claim. But she had never even heard of such a thing before. Where exactly had Shura obtained this information? His response came with absolute confidence. He reminded them that his brain was his strongest asset. Within the military archives, high-level classified documents existed, detailing critical information on the Mostro, files that only the upper echelons had access to. However, because Kanda frequently assigned low-ranking soldiers to menial tasks, he had once been given access to those files. That was when he had discovered the truth, and once he had seen something, he never forgot it. The documents had detailed Moran's crimes. Not only had he been selling infants from the beast tribe, but he had also shifted the blame onto the human military. As a result, the beast tribe had waged war against humanity, attempting to recover their stolen children. The conflict had led to massive casualties. The princess's second-in-command, hearing this, finally smiled in approval. Had Shura already planned ahead for this moment? Was that why he had memorized the meeting materials so easily? Shura smirked, taking pride in his abilities. He was far from incompetent. The princess, too, gave a rare smile of amusement. For once, he had proven to be useful. Shura, emboldened by the recognition, stood taller, his confidence unwavering. This was only the beginning. His true value had yet to be fully revealed. The princess, now intrigued, admitted that she looked forward to seeing what else he could do. Before the conversation could continue, Mari approached. With a knowing smirk, he remarked that it was only natural for Shura to be able to manipulate Moran so easily. He was impressed. Shura, observing Mari closely, spoke without hesitation. Moran was a brainless fool. His plan was simple. He would provoke Moran into fighting the other demon lords while standing back and reaping the benefits. The real mastermind, however, was Marie. Mari let out a low chuckle, acknowledging the statement. However, he had noticed something different about Shura today. The aura around him wasn't quite the same. Shura raised an eyebrow. What kind of aura? Mari's smirk widened as he delivered his answer. Fear. It was the scent a human carried when experiencing true fear. Before Shura can respond, the princess's companion steps forward, calling Mari's words rude. Mari simply laughs, unfazed by the accusation, and casually wonders if his sense of smell is failing him. The princess interjects, explaining that Shura has killed countless humans, so it wouldn't be surprising if the scent of their blood had soaked into his clothes. Accepting her reasoning, Mari chuckles and comments that the princess has not only found a strong husband, but also a valuable ally. With that, he turns and walks away. Once Mari is gone, the princess's companion turns to her, confused by his words. The princess clarifies that Mari is highly skilled in mental manipulation. He thrives on the fear and despair his prey experiences in their final moments. She then reveals that it was likely Mari who released the magical energy toward Shura earlier, hinting at his growing suspicion. Shura, unfazed, asks what she plans to do about it. As he ponders, a chilling sensation washes over him, the overwhelming pressure of fear, crushing his very bones. He acknowledges that her presence saved him this time, but he warns her that next time, she might not be able to withstand it. The princess issues a grave warning. Moran will surely target him now, and Mari will continue to probe. Neither she nor her companion can always protect him. If he truly wants to survive, he must gain the strength to convince everyone that he is the real Shura. Her companion, however, is skeptical. She bluntly states that Shura is too weak to even defeat an average demon. Annoyed, Shura snaps back, demanding to know who she's calling weak. Without hesitation, she points at him. The princess then offers a different perspective. His soul may be human, but his body belongs to Shura. Perhaps, she suggests, he can use that to his advantage. Then the three of them arrive at a new location, prompting Shura to ask where they are. The princess explains that this is the real Shura's armory. She reveals that Shura had a peculiar habit. He would collect the weapons of the enemies he killed as souvenirs. However, after slaying countless foes, he eventually ran out of space, leading him to create this special warehouse. With that, she opens the door. Inside, an overwhelming number of weapons are neatly stored. As Shura scans the vast collection, he is astonished. It truly befits the title of the killing god. He wonders just how many lives were lost to amass such an arsenal. Moving forward, he examines the weapons one by one. A shield from the Gao tribe, a weapon from the Beast tribe, and even numerous military-grade guns. His attention then shifts to a set of fangs. Examining them closely, he realizes that they belong to the Winged tribe. Shaking his head, he mutters that collecting even fangs seems excessive, almost like a sickness. The princess then elaborates on Shura's immense strength. It wasn't just due to his raw power, there was another crucial factor. She gestures toward a specific corner of the armory. There, resting on a stand, is a sword radiating immense energy. She introduces it as Shura's weapon, Deverolf. At first glance, Shura remains unimpressed, stating that it doesn't seem particularly special. Before he can say anything further, the princess's companion angrily smacks him on the head, scolding him for his ignorance. With a serious expression, she explains the true significance of Deverolf. When it first appeared in the world, it sparked an unprecedented war across the demon realm. Maran, Mari, and Mami battled fiercely over it, suffering grave injuries in the process. Even the Demon King himself was unable to wield its power. In the end, the chaos only ended when Shura intervened, slaughtering countless demons who couldn't even lay a finger on the sword. Hearing this, Shura finally begins to grasp its importance, but still questions if it is truly as powerful as they claim. The princess confirms its terrifying nature. Deverolf is no ordinary weapon. It is a demon in itself, one that holds life within it. Any being struck by the sword has their life force absorbed, which in turn strengthens its wielder. The more it kills, the stronger it becomes. Even someone without magical power can use it to absorb the strength of demons. A realization dawns upon Shura. If he gathers enough magical energy, he can become the real Shura. No, he corrects himself. He will surpass Shura. The scene shifts to a training ground where Shura is engaged in battle against a group of the lowest-ranked magical beasts. Observing his struggle, the princess's companion expresses her disbelief. He can't even defeat creatures of such low rank. She questions whether he has any real battle experience at all. Shura, undeterred, looks at the beasts and scoffs, believing them to be weak. As one of the creatures lunges at him, he quickly draws his sword. However, Deverolf is far heavier than he anticipated, making it nearly impossible to lift. Struggling to wield the weapon, he finds himself unable to react in time. As the magical beast gets dangerously close, Shura panics, abandons the sword, and flees. Watching this unfold, the princess shakes her head. She had expected him to be weak, but not to this extent. Her companion agrees, mocking him for thinking he could surpass the real Shura when he can't even hold a weapon properly. To her, humanity is full of nothing but big talkers. The princess then explains the problem. While Shura's body may be that of the real Shura, he lacks the power that comes with it. Because of this, Deverolf refuses to recognize him as its master. However, doubt lingers in her mind. Had she misjudged him? Was this truly all there was to him? As she contemplates, another magical beast lunges at Shura. This time, he manages to dodge the attack, but instead of feeling threatened, the creature laughs at him, flashing its sharp teeth. Shura hesitates as he realizes that all the magical beasts are laughing at him, mocking his weakness. Before the situation escalates, the princess swiftly moves in. Using her whip, she strikes down the beasts one by one, eliminating them with ease. With the enemies defeated, Shura drops to the ground in exhaustion. Looking at him, the princess decides to end the training session, suggesting they call it a day. but Shura refuses to give up. He stands, insisting that he was merely careless and will do better next time. The princess warns him that if anyone sees bite marks from a low-ranked magical beast on his body, it will cause a major uproar. Only then does Shura realize that one of the creatures managed to leave a cut on his stomach. Annoyed, he grips Deverolf and complains that the sword is far too heavy. He asks if there's a way to make it lighter. The princess explains that a magical sword like Deverolf only acknowledges those who can make it stronger. If it deems its wielder worthless, it refuses to be used. Hearing this, Shura falls silent. Memories of his real world flood his mind. There, everyone viewed him as trash, an ordinary person with no special abilities. Even the strongest heroes saw the weak as nothing more than tools to clean up the remains of slain monsters. In their eyes, the weak had no value. Lost in thought, he finally turns to the princess and asks if she thinks he has no value. Caught off guard, she hesitates for a moment before giving a small smile. Instead of answering directly, she tells him to rest, reassuring him that even if he cannot use Deverolf, her companion will protect him. Shura's expression darkens. Furious, he yells, refusing to be protected by a woman. Without another word, he charges toward the magical beasts. The princess, shocked, calls out to him, demanding to know what he plans to do. Shura charged headfirst toward the swarm of low-level magical beasts, determined to contribute something rather than stand by and watch. Anger burned through him as he challenged the creatures to bite him with their oversized mouths, powering up his fist with raw energy before slamming it into them. Princess Maya watched in alarm, already knowing that without the demon sword's support, Shura stood no chance. Reckless aggression would only drain his stamina. Even Io observed with a sigh that humans were young and playful, yet dangerously unserious. The small, squishy monsters hesitated for only a moment before swarming Shura, latching their jaws onto his arms and waist. As more and more piled onto him, Maya shouted at him to shake them off, warning that he would be devoured with not a single bone left. But instead of resisting, Shura exposed more of his body deliberately, inviting even more monsters to bite him. The princess froze, unable to understand what he was doing, and even Io muttered that he had completely lost his mind. Then the demonic sword embedded in the ground began to faintly glitter. Shura sprinted straight for it, dragging the entire mass of biting monsters along with him and leapt toward the blade. The instant the beasts made contact, the sword erupted in blinding light as it absorbed them all. Maya shielded her face from the flash. When the light faded, the demon sword pulsed with renewed power, and Shura stood beside it, smirking through his exhaustion. He pulled the blade free easily, remarking that it suddenly felt lighter, as though power were flowing into him from the weapon itself, perhaps even recognition. Maya marched straight up to him, furious that he had nearly sacrificed himself, but Shura only dismissed the danger, telling her that greater rewards required greater risks, and if he couldn't take risks, he would never become the strongest demon in the demon clan. His confidence made her cheeks redden despite herself. Recomposing, Maya reminded him sharply that this was only the beginning. Demons wouldn't be satisfied with mere low-level beasts, and the sword had only given him a fraction of the power he ultimately needed. With the four-clan conference merely 10 days away, she was certain Baron would take action. From now on, Shura would be forced to fight much stronger magical beasts. Shura only tightened his grip on the demon sword, settling into a swordsman's stance, and informing her with a crooked grin that the sword was hungry. Maya ignored him and instead turned toward Io, who smiled with wicked amusement before initiating something ominous. When Shura spun around, still admiring his weapon, his face drained of color. A gigantic cave filled with magical beasts of every level stretched before him, all gathered deliberately by Maya's servant for Shura's training. She warned him that his next opponent would not be so easy. Shock was written plainly across Shura's face, but he had no time to complain. The beasts charged, and Shura met them head-on, cleaving them apart one by one. Heads rolled, bodies collapsed, and the air pulsed with energy each time the sword devoured a kill. He felt himself growing stronger with every monster he cut down, exhilarated by the rapid surge in levels. At last, only a single wolf-like beast remained. Shura prepared a final, mighty swing to finish the training, only for the wolf to whirl around and flee in utter fear. Stunned, he chased after it,
determined not to let it escape. The trail led him through a thick forest and toward a grassy thicket. He heard a faint whimper and pushed aside the bushes, only to freeze in terror. The wolf lay lifeless on the ground, already half devoured by a massive dragon-like creature radiating overwhelming magical power, an advanced magical beast. Shura swallowed hard. With his current strength, defeating such a creature would be almost impossible, but the sheer power the demon's sword would gain from such a kill was equally tempting. For a moment he weighed the value of his own life against the reward. Before he could decide, a rustling came from behind him. He spun around, only to see the demon mommy staggering toward him with visible injuries carved across her body, as though she had barely escaped something far more dangerous than the wolf. As both the demons came face to face, even the lady was shocked to see Shura training there. Our boy wondered why the demoness was present and if she had followed them. If that were the case, she might have overheard their conversation. But the boy noticed that the demonic lady, or mommy, had suffered quite a bit of damage, and he wondered if it was from the magical beast. As the boy turned around and analyzed the situation, he knew that if he did not make a move, the two demons would fight among themselves. Then he could wait for the right moment, take advantage of the situation, kill the monster with his sword, and gain all the energy. On the other hand, the demonic lady was thinking something else. Because there had never been a man who was not captivated by her charm, she took it as an affront to her ego and decided to charm Shura. She planned for him to attract the magical beast so she could escape. But as she started moving toward our boy to execute her plan, she stepped on a tiny branch and made a snapping sound, which attracted the advanced magical beast. Both Shura and the demonic lady were shocked that the beast had noticed such a tiny sound. Now, the T-Rex-like creature started running toward them. The demonic lady cried out for help, even though she was fully capable of handling the situation herself. But Shura was not the type to fall for it immediately. He told the beast that if it was going to eat someone, it should eat her. The demonic lady was surprised that Shura had tried to escape first. She sent out her pet snake, grabbed the boy by her torso, and jumped straight onto our boy. She tried to use her feminine charm on him from behind, sticking her big melons against him and telling him that he should act like a hero and help her instead of running away. Wondering if he was still a man, and even while blushing, our boy told the mommy to stay away because his wife hated her, and if she saw them like this, she would be upset. Just then, the scene shifted to the advanced magical creature, which started channeling energy for a fireball into its mouth. It threw the fireball toward our boy as he realized it was a fire element magical beast. Seeing this, Mommy immediately jumped out of the way, making sure Shura took the shot instead. Shura cried out from the pain because he was still human. Meanwhile, Mommy was doing somersaults, performing some fanservice as she sat down on the boy after he collapsed. As he calmed himself down, he immediately got up and angrily started shouting at the sexy Mommy, telling her that using him as a shield was completely cowardly. But the woman put her hands on his neck, once again telling him that even he had tried to use her as bait to escape. Now, they were both the same. Even when Shura tried to shake her off, something else was shaking instead, and the lady was not ready to back down. But as the boy heard rustling from the bushes once again, he had no choice but to grab Mommy's back and start running to protect her. As he was running as fast as he could with the lady, he saw that it was a dead end because miasma was all over below the cliff. But the T-Rex was still following them, and the boy wondered what he could do. According to the princess, Maya, the poison from the abyss was something that not even the demon clan could survive. However, the boy knew that if he faced the magical beast head-on, his true identity would be revealed to the demoness, and maybe this was exactly what she was aiming for. The boy knew that he had no choice but to do this. He grabbed the lady tightly, thinking about what to do next. The T-Rex monster kept getting closer and closer. Now even Mommy was wondering what Shura was trying to do as he had a devilish grin on his face. Then it became evident. Shura started running toward the abyss. The boy did not waste any time, and as soon as the advanced-level monster came closer to them, he jumped down while taking out his sword and crashing it against the rock, hoping that it would save him. The monster did not care, jumping along with them. But as the monster fell, both Shura and Mommy looked down, witnessing the monster's demise with their own eyes. They survived due to the demonic sword. The abyss was so lethal that only the bones of the advanced-level monster remained. Shura was shocked, wondering how a large magical beast dissolved in an instant, which made the poison in the abyss truly unbelievable. But suddenly he felt a strangely cold sensation, and as he turned around, he saw that Mommy was clenching onto our boy even more. Even when he tried to tell the lady to wait, she was blushing intensely, telling Shura that this was the first time she had ever embarrassed herself like this in front of a man. She tried to seduce our boy once again, but she had ulterior motives, as she ordered her pet snake to go and bite the boy. As it happened, Shura screamed due to the pain and intensity of the bite. As the scene shifts, we see that he was being thrown at the cliff. As he got up, he started screaming at Mommy, wondering what she was doing to the one who had saved her life. But hearing that, Mommy just smiled, telling our boy that demons do not feel gratitude. She added that he had a chance to retaliate earlier, and it was he who had missed that chance. Even Shura knew that this position was bad and wondered why all the demonic women wanted to get on top of innocent men. Now, the boy remembered the comics that he had read, knowing that some demon women cannot match men in physical strength, but they can drain their opponent's power through certain actions and drinking their white juice. So Shura wondered if the same thing was going to happen to him. Shura struggled, trying to grab the demonic sword, not ready to give the lady the magical power that he had worked so hard to build. But Mommy's pet snake was wrapping around the boy's hand. The snake told him that it was better to stop resisting because he was already poisoned by snake venom that was specifically designed for men. Now, the situation was that if the boy did not lie down quietly, he might have a seizure, and the poison would spread through his body in an instant if he tried to stand up. If that happened, Shura would explode. Knowing this, the boy stopped, wondering what kind of wild poison it was. And now, Mommy wanted to enjoy herself to the fullest and ripped off the clothes the boy was wearing. But she was shocked at what she saw because it was wound marks. Shura thought that the wounds from fighting the low-level magical beast should not be visible to her, or she would think otherwise. But Mommy took it insanely in the opposite direction, thinking that Princess Maya always seems to be serious, but she likes this kind of play in bed. Now Mommy was even more tempted by our boy's body, wondering what it tasted like. She decided for a fact that the power of the god of death was hers to claim, but just when everything was going to be out of control, Princess Maya arrived and stopped Mommy from doing so with her whip, grabbing her and throwing her away. Princess Maya wondered what those two were doing. The servant Lady Io immediately told the boy that while she and the princess were searching, Shura was having an affair. But the boy instantly told them that Mommy had poisoned him. However, the servant Lady Io immediately told him that he should not be so energetic if he was truly poisoned, wondering if he was mocking them. Princess Maya wanted Shura to get up quickly, but our boy explained to them that, according to the demoness, if he stood up, the poison would spread throughout his body and would cause him to explode. This much was enough for the servant lady, who grabbed the boy's head and stood him up, telling him that there was no way such a poison existed. Shura noticed that nothing was happening, and he immediately turned toward Mommy, realizing that she had tricked him. Hearing that, the demoness was laughing, telling the boy that she had never expected that even the god of death would be so simple-minded, making him so cute and flirty. Shura wondered if the lady was even sane because just a moment ago she was trying to kill him, and now she was trying to flirt with him. Seductively, Mommy bent down in front of the boy, telling him that she would let him off for today, and they should enjoy themselves together next time. But Shura hesitantly warned the lady that if she did not want to die, she should go and find someone else. But Mommy took it as a sign, immediately coming closer to the boy, telling him that when a man says no, it is a sign that he wants to do it too. Mommy immediately came closer to an uncomfortable distance and, to his surprise, kissed him, but not on the lips, instead on the cheek. This made both the princess and her servant jealous, while Io immediately told Mommy not to do such vulgar things in front of the princess. But the demoness started going away, and the princess immediately stopped her, telling her that the mountain was her territory. And if the demoness thought that she could come and go as she pleased, then that was not right. But Mommy immediately thought that the princess was just jealous because she just remembered it. But then she revealed that she did not come here alone. As the scene shifts, we enter a flashback where we see that Mommy was enjoying herself while grabbing all the white juice she could, even when the other men were actually weak and frail after just a few rounds. But Mommy was feeling so good and her snake was getting energized too. She asked the snake how he was feeling and if the magic power helped him feel better. But she was still not ready to forgive Marin for hurting the snake, promising that she would skin him alive and pay him back one day. But as they were talking, the lady heard something and wondered what it was. Turning around and slowly going toward the tree, what she saw shocked her, because it was the flying dragon, which was the ride of Marin, as he was talking to someone. Marin was wondering why Shura was in the demon realm and why he had suddenly returned, wondering if the man had tricked him. The other person talking to him told him that he had just found out too, and the eyes of Mandala that he had sent were completely obscured. We come to know that this is none other than Mari. Knowing that maybe Shura and the others have probably noticed them, Mommy wondered why those two were together. Meanwhile, Marin continued wondering what Mari was going to do and if he was really going to let the woman do whatever she wanted. But Mari was confident, telling the giant demon not to be so anxious because there was still time until the 4-clan council. And if things went well, they might be able to eliminate an enemy in this opportunity. Marin was so simple-minded that he wondered what Mari meant. Then Mari came closer, whispering into the ear of the giant demon while Mommy wondered what was going on. But suddenly a lower-level monster came behind her and bit her, making a noise, startling both Mommy and the perpetrators who wondered what was going on. Mari immediately started charging an attack, wondering who was there behind the bushes. When the attack landed, we see that it even hit Mommy. She realized that she could not win in a 2-on-1 fight. As a good woman knows to always act with the future in mind, she decided to retreat. Both Mari and Marin started going toward the bushes to find out who it was, and they saw that it was a grumpy little monster who was already beaten down after the attack. Both Mari and Marin were shocked, but they did not feel it was important, so they let it go. The flashback ends, and we see Mommy telling the princess that Marin was not the kind of man that would let this thing go, and he still had a trump card. So the princess should be careful. Maya wondered why Mommy was telling her this. The lady again started becoming seductive, telling the princess straight to her face that she liked Shura and wanted to have her way with him. Even though the princess did not react outwardly, she was clenching her hands in anger. But Mommy laughed it off, telling her that she was just kidding and that they were about to have some fun, but because the princess had made her hold back, it was a shame. She needed to find someone else to clear her mind. Mommy mentioned a service that she had done for the princess, telling her that she should feel free to accept it. Even Io wondered what Mommy meant by that and if she thought that they had not noticed her scheme. But one thing was certain, Mandala's influence was behind Marin's actions, and according to the demoness, it was evident that Marin and Mari were working together. The princess wondered what they were plotting. Princess Maya knew that the enemy was trying to figure them out, so they needed to get prepared. So the princess immediately took out her hand and blew a whistle, calling out to the baby dragon, which was Shura's ride. Both the two ladies started riding on it, even when our boy wondered why he was not being taken for the ride. But the princess was clearly angry, telling Shura that he was still full of energy and did not need the break. If that was the case, the princess told the boy that he did not need to come back until he had taken down all the remaining magical beasts. This was a way for the princess to show her anger, and Shura was truly scared by it. As the scene shifts, we go to the demon market, where we see that Shura was walking around, knowing that Princess Maya had no mercy at all to leave him in the mountains like this without any signs of coming back. One thing was for sure for our boy. He should not make an enemy of a woman, especially those two demons that he was with. But the boy was shocked that he was not as tired as he had thought. Most of his wounds were healed, and he wondered if he had absorbed some kind of magic power. But just then, he saw a pretty human-looking demon and started going there. It seemed like he was a shopkeeper who asked Shura if there was something he was looking for. Shura noticed a hero uniform full of blood, and the shopkeeper tried to sell it to him, telling him that it was something he had stripped from a human soldier. Even though it had a little blood on it, the fabric was still durable, so it could be used as a rag. But Shura noticed something else immediately and realized that this uniform was from a high-ranking officer. So the boy decided to buy it. As he came back to the castle, he put the cloth on his bed and started searching for materials. It was then that he found something inside the uniform pocket and took it out. It was a box, and inside were some lenses. We come to know that these were the electronic chip contact lenses that heroes always wear because they can determine the rank of monsters by the energy they emit. But only high-ranking officers can wear it, and that is why many regular soldiers lose their lives in battle, unable to gauge the enemy's strength. Even when the boy had used his connections to get one in the black market, it tore away the very first day he wore it. And as the boy had bought it with the money he worked so hard to save, if he had known, he would have used this money to eat something tasty instead. Just thinking about it was making Shura cry. But he wondered if the demon's eyes were the same as humans. Picking the contact lens up, he set it up onto his eyes. As he started looking at the mirror, he could see the dark energy that his body was emitting due to the contact lenses. As the boy scanned further, he found that his strength was 30, his agility was 20, his defense was 10, and his recovery was 40. He was a rank C demon, which was shocking because the boy knew that monsters were ranked from A to F, and a few S-ranked and above were also called upper monsters. Shura looked at his body, knowing it was incredible because he could not even defeat a small monster at first. But now that he had risen to rank C in just one day, he could do what he could not before. The boy thought that he really did have the talent, and even the Terra Wolf sword was seeking a monster of the same rank. In other words, that meant that the stronger our boy got, the higher the rank of the magical beasts he would have to defeat. The boy knew that he was going to face beasts like the one that spewed fire, and in that situation, physical attacks alone would not be enough. He would be needing true demonic power for that. Because among monsters, the combat style of most demons is the most similar to human supernatural abilities, like offensive attributes of lightning, fire, and ice, along with creation attributes like earth and stone, and then the special mental attributes. But the boy wondered what type of demon Shura was and what his attribute was. Even when our boy remembered that at that time, for some reason, a mysterious power surged from deep within him, and it felt as if he was instinctively protecting himself, which was probably the magic power. He decided to try it, thinking that he might be able to grasp the feeling from that time. But as he started meditating, after only a few minutes, the boy was sleeping. The scene shifts inside, where we see that it was a heroes award ceremony and a lot of people had gathered. A senior officer told everyone, "Today was a memorable day because, after a long battle, they have finally defeated the monsters and brought peace. And this is all thanks to a certain individual who boldly infiltrated the enemy camp without fear, enduring hardship, and then single-handedly caused the enemy to collapse from within, completely wiping out the monsters." As the hero of all humanity was called, we see that it was none other than our boy. And it is the first time we know the real name of the boy, as he was called Bon. Everyone started cheering for Bon. The boy got closer to the senior officer, who told the boy that he and his father were the heroes of humanity and the pride of heroes, finally giving him a medal on behalf of the military, which presented him with the highest honor, the Special Grade Medal. The boy did a salute, telling everyone that he was truly honored. He also met a child who just wanted to be like him. The child also wanted to protect everyone and wanted Bon to teach him to fight. But then his mother told him that the monsters had already been defeated by the hero, and from now on, they did not have to live in the fear of monsters anymore. Our boy also came closer to the child, telling him that the war was over, but humanity would still need brave people. So he was planning to teach everyone the essence of battle so that even the child could become a man who would make his mother proud. But suddenly, a familiar voice called out to him, and we see that it was none other than Shio. The boy thanked her for the treatment because without her, he would have died back then. Looking at that, one of his friends immediately told him that she had saved him because she liked him. This made our boy blush as Shio stopped her friends from saying anything else. But we come to know that the lady had cried so much the day our boy had disappeared, and one of her friends wanted Bon to take the initiative and propose to her. She blushed by this thought, and the boy calmly told her that he liked her. This proposal captivated everyone as they started looking at our boy. Now everyone started drinking, but then it started turning into a nightmare. Even when the boy had drunk a lot, he was still offered drinks again and again. Even when he denied it, it did not stop. And the people started telling him that if he did not drink, then Shio would be there to claim him. But for the boy, it was feeling like his stomach was going to burst at any moment. But just then, a few familiar and sinister voices appeared, telling everyone not to be fooled because Bon was not a hero and he was a traitor. We see that it was Kanda, and the boy was furious as he looked at the man who had tried to kill him. Bon immediately told Kanda to stop messing around because he was not a traitor. But his friends were not going to accept it, telling him that he was making excuses when there was proper evidence that the boy was a spy from the demon clan and had already merged with a monster. It was then that the boy saw that he was in Shura's body. Everyone, including the senior officials, wanted to catch him now, and the child was also against him. The whole audience thought that our boy was a fraud and had almost managed to kill everyone. Even when she wanted to go to him, everyone stopped her, telling her that it was dangerous. Then Kanda could not hold back any longer and used a lightning strike straight onto the boy's stomach, waking him up from this beautiful dream and then nightmare. As he looked around, he was calm because it was just a dream. Realizing that he must be really exhausted, he had fallen asleep without realizing it. But he still wished that the part about Shio would come true, and it was going to almost happen if Kanda had not shown up. But then the boy was shocked because he needed to use the toilet as it was really intense. He woke up, and as he was peeing, he saw that his target was somewhere else. The boy thought that he was not awake yet. As he started looking, he saw that there were 2 targets instead of 1. This is when the boy was shocked, knowing that now he had 2 flexible little things instead of 1, and he started running while screaming. The scene shifts. We see that Io was talking to a demonic plumber, who explained that, as instructed by the princess, the water circulation system had been modified, and they had also installed a bath device as the first prototype. We come to know that the influence of the abyss had made water shortages in the demon territory severe. If they were to purify the wastewater using the human filtration system, then they could reuse it, which would solve the water issue, because the cleanliness-obsessed Princess Maya finally wanted to have a proper bath. But then both of them turned around as they heard the screaming and saw our boy, who was running so fast that he was like a flash. He was thinking that he did not have 2 of them before, so why were there 2 now, and why had it turned out like this? Even the plumber was shocked, wondering why Lord Shura was running like that. The princess's servant, Io, immediately told him that even when the princess was busy, she had to deal with troublesome people, and even the lord was not helpful and was instead a constant nuisance. But the lady noticed something which clicked in her mind just now. As the boy was running, the lady knew that that place was not safe for a scumbag to go. The scene shifts inside a shower room where we see a water filtration system that was cleaning the abyssal water and making it clean again. The princess was shocked, thinking that human inventions are amazing. She thought that if it worked well, they might be able to trade these things with other races during the 4 clans conference. The lady started the water circulation system, and pure water started pouring out onto the princess's body. Now, as it was warm and felt nice, she decided to take a bath. On the other hand, our boy was running while wondering why something like this had happened when he had never heard of something like that happening in the demon clan. But behind him was Io. Without even thinking, Shura got into the princess's room and asked her what was going on. But instead of finding the princess, he was hearing a voice right there and opened the gate without a second thought. In all the steam and vapor, the boy saw the silhouette of the lady with all the necessary curves while she was blushing. Her curves could make anyone fall for her as she turned around, wondering who had entered her private time. This was enough to give Bon a nosebleed as his heart started thumping with an intense rhythm, and both his flexible things were directed into the thin air, ready to rumble. Even the lady servant, Io, saw it and told the princess to get away from him. As the princess looked down, she started blushing. The servant immediately asked the boy how he dared to act so rudely in front of the princess. Io immediately took out a whip, and she got ready with her intense kick, wondering who allowed such a disgusting and filthy creature in here. Shura took both the impacts and straight up slid in the air, breaking the rooftop while still trying to explain that he did not do it on purpose. The scene shifts. We see that both the servant and the princess were looking at the 2 flexible things of the boy while Shura wondered why it had mutated and was now reacting twice as much, and he could not control it. But the princess explained that it was not a mutation. He had merged with the snake of the demonic, Mommy. Shura wondered what Princess Maya meant. She explained that a snake's anatomy has 2 parts to gain more experience during training, and the demonic lady had merged her organ with those of the snake through a connection with it. This is when the princess realized what the demoness meant by the free service. Io was sure that not everyone wanted to obtain magic power through such a vulgar method, which was complete nonsense. And from the princess's perspective, she was already dissatisfied with Shura, so a fake was even worse. The boy took it as an affront to his ego, telling the servant that the princess did not even know how well the boy would perform. But then he started thinking that if he got to the human world with this demonic body, then his physique and power would be top tier, and every man was going to envy him. But now, with two flexible things, it was like he was a white juice machine with two openings, and everyone would think that the boy was a pervert running behind a hen. But the boy was shocked at what he was even thinking at such a serious time. The princess was worried because whenever someone merged with a snake, their desires also grow stronger. And if they did not undo it soon enough, then an explosion was bound to happen. In a way, the boy realized why Mommy told him that he would explode. Now the main question was how the boy could return to normal. He wondered if there was a way. The princess also knew that there was a way, but it came with an insane cost. But Shura was ready to do anything if he could fix it. The princess gave a devilish smile, hoping that the boy's determination lasted till the very end. She told the servant lady to restrain him and immediately took out a knife, laughing devilishly and making Shura realize how bad things were going to be. He thought that this was too forceful, even if he had two flexible things. That did not mean that he would not get to use them, or that there was not a less painful way. The princess told him that to stop him from going out of control, this was the simplest method. Simply cut it, and it would be gone. And the servant told the boy that as a man, he should simply endure a little pain. But no one knew that it was a pain that no man could endure, and it was not little, but so bad that he would rather die. Shura tried to shake the princess off, wondering what would happen to the other one if one was being cut. But the princess looked at our boy like a sadistic woman, telling him that this was the first case of its kind, so there was no guarantee. Hearing that, Shura started sweating from head to toe, wondering what was going to happen to him. Io grabbed Shura's head from behind, telling the princess that everything was ready and she should just do it. Even when the boy was screaming at the princess to stop it, she was not doing so. So the boy conceded that he had not even used it once, so if she was going to cut it, she should just kill the boy instead. But the princess was ready with the knife, and the boy started screaming like a kid to stop. And to his surprise, the princess immediately made the knife disappear while remembering that maybe there was one person who could do something about it. Shura got slammed down onto the ground, knowing that he had finally been saved, along with his two flexible things. But the female servant was not so happy, thinking that if only both the roots of all evil could be cut away, then it would be nice. Then Shura came back to his usual self, asking Princess Maya why, if there was another way, she did not say anything earlier and almost got him killed. But Maya straight up told him that she just suddenly remembered it and was still going to cut it. Even the servant now seemed to know this person, and both of them agreed that it was the great alchemist Catherine. She was at odds with the demonic lady, Mommy, in the past. She had conducted various experiments to counter the demonic lady, and due to that, she might have some solution to this weird problem. Hearing that, Shura's face turned pale while he wondered if all the demon clan women were just a bunch of eccentrics. But having no other option was worse, so he decided to agree, wondering about where this Catherine lady was. The princess knew that she was not far from the central region. Deciding that they would have to adjust the plan, she told the servant to be prepared by night because they were going to leave for the Four Clans conference the next day itself. The servant got ready, and the scene shifts to a dark and desolate area full of dust. We see that the princess and the others took some ostrich-like monsters and were going through the land with a heavy guarding squad that was keeping a watch over everything. But we see that this scene was being observed by a telescope, and we see that it was both Marin and Mari who were looking at the convoy, happy that the demon princess was departing earlier. We see that Mari was being contacted by the demonic lady, Mommy. He was wondering why she would reveal such important information to everyone, and even Mari did not know about it at all. So he was wondering where this information had come from. It was then that the demonic lady revealed herself, telling Mari that her child, the snake, had been merged with Shura. So naturally, Maya was going to turn to Catherine for help. But to leave the next day was a bit too soon, and the lady knew that Maya did not even enjoy having the two of them, Shura's dual organs, which was a complete waste. But Marin was shocked, wondering why the demonic lady was helping them when she hated men thoroughly. On this, the lady replied that women should help each other, but such words only apply to humans. And for the demon clan, prophets reign supreme. With a 2-on-1 situation referring to the combined strength of Marin and Mari against Maya, it was obvious whose side to take. Anyone could figure it out. Marin started laughing because it was as expected by the demonic lady, who was also called the wildflower of the demon clan, making her ruthless. Marin told the lady that when he became the demon king, he would make sure that Mommy would benefit. He immediately jumped straight down, getting ready to do it while he ambushed the whole place, threatening Shura straight up. Marin jumped straight onto the main caravan and slashed it in half with his giant sword, startling all the Griffon-like creatures, who ran away instantly. All the soldiers got ready to fight with Marin, while the servant told them to protect the princess at all costs. This fight was taking an intense turn, while the demons from both factions started attacking each other. But we see that Mari was watching everything from a distance along with the demonic lady. The lady wondered if they were not in a cooperative relationship and why he was not going. But Mari straight up looked through the lady's plans, asking her if she really thought that Mari was as foolish as Marin, unaware that he was being used. Hearing that, the female started laughing, still faking it that she had no idea what Mari was talking about. But we come to know that among the 4th grade demon generals, Marin has the most subordinates, but Maya is in league with Shura and is very powerful herself. And it is wiser to observe than to force a confrontation, and this is what the lady was also thinking, wanting the 2 strong individuals to destroy each other, making it her ultimate goal. The demoness was surprised, wondering how she was being figured out. Slowly, the snake also came out while she explained that Marin was not able to understand her because she was not just ruthless, but she never forgets what's done to her, and she remembers everyone who hurts the snake as well. But she also knew one thing, that this was all part of Mari's plan because someone with his intellect would never truly submit to a brain-dead fool. And Mari dropped another banger, revealing that he already knew that the demonic lady was the one who was eavesdropping yesterday. The demon mommy also had an idea that Mari must have noticed a long time ago, and even after knowing that, the man did not betray her. The lady started flirting, asking what if Mari was interested in her. The man agreed, technically, because they shared the same goal. He grabbed the woman closer, thinking that they were quite compatible, and even Mommy realized it, thinking that they should be together. But both demons were as cunning as they could be because, as they talked about becoming perfect partners, both of them attacked each other without any mercy, thinking of deceiving each other without any remorse. Both of them maintained their distances. Mari playfully told the lady that he could not trust a woman's word. The demoness transformed into a really dangerous-looking creature, telling Mari to remember that she does not forget what is done to her, even if it is good or bad. Mari had also done something, and now it was time for the lady to get revenge. Then we are offered some more fanservice, while we look at the curves of the sexy demonic lady as she pounced onto the man in front of her. But just then, the scene shifts, and we see the princess's servant arrow who was overpowered by Marin. After defeating them, the demon started laughing, belittling them and telling them that they went down before his men could even enjoy themselves. Now it was a total victory. But still, Marin wondered where Shura and Princess Maya had gone, thinking that they were still inside the carriage. One of the demons called out to Marin, telling him that they were there inside the carriage debris, and both Shura and the princess were lying down, brutally damaged due to the carriage. Marin thought that they were caught completely off guard. The demon thought that it was a great victory for him because he had captured someone who was called a god slayer, abusing Shura and telling him that this is what happens when he gets distracted by lust. But then the demon caught sight of something. It was none other than the great demonic sword, Terra Wolf. Marin's greed took over, and he thought that he would also possess the great demonic sword, grabbing his hand and picking it up. But just then, he heard something snap, and before he could realize it, a giant bomb exploded straight onto his face, making everyone else cover their ears due to the flash and the explosion, deafening them. Meanwhile, we see some more fanservice of the demonic lady as both Mari and she were fighting. But then they heard something, and Mari wondered what it was. As the scene shifts, we see that the whole place was now blown into smithereens. Even Mari was gravely injured, coughing up blood due to his carelessness. Mari and the demoness came closer to Marin, wondering what was happening and why he had been caught by a bomb. Marin informed them that they had been tricked, and that was not Princess Maya and Shura, but a magic puppet instead. Marin started looking at the demonic lady with killing intent. But the lady already laughed it off, telling both of them that she did not leak the information to anyone. Even she started wondering how the princess realized it and came up with a counterattack in such a short time. The demoness knew that she had underestimated the Demon King's daughter, and was even more disappointed in 2 of the strongest men joining forces, and yet not being able to take down one woman, which was completely useless of them. Before the others could say anything, The demonic lady turned around and started going away, thinking that she should not have helped them in the first place because it was now becoming a wasted opportunity. As the scene shifts, we come to the same time of the explosion, which was seen by Princess Maya and the servant Arrow. They were happy because their plan worked, and the princess had already predicted that the demonic lady would be connected to Marin and the others. Using the carriage as a decoy and heading through the sky was the right choice. That made it a case of the schemer trapped by their own scheme. The princess had already known that the demonic lady did not do anything without a benefit, and even merging the snake with Shura was not just for fun. That is why she realized that it was the demoness who wanted them to leave earlier than planned. So she set up an ambush, and since she was not strong enough alone, she sought an ally. And who was a better fool than the simple-minded Marin, who was probably the easiest to manipulate? But the princess turned towards Shura, who was also flying with them, wondering if bombs with such power can really be made with just rocks and some wood. But the boy explained that they were not just rocks and wood, and it included potassium nitrate, charcoal, and sulfur, which can make a simple bomb if mixed together. He added that it is basic knowledge in the hero's guidebook and was easy to make. And under the right conditions, people can also craft stronger weapons if they strategize enough. But according to the servant, small bombs were nothing more than mosquito bites to the demon clan, unless they were caught off guard. Shura knew that, and that is why he told them that strategy was more important than weapons. This time, by exploiting the demon's overconfidence and Marin's greed, they overcame the situation without having to fight. According to human terms, getting the enemy to surrender without fighting is the best tactic. But the princess had heard about this term for the first time and couldn't believe that they didn't have to fight to win, wondering if this was some kind of a human military strategy. The boy referenced some kind of book where he wrote about it, and this was the best strategy. But the servant, Io, thought that Shura meant that the princess did not know about something. Shura slammed his face with his hand, telling the servant that she was overreacting like a drama queen, showing her even the manuscripts of the book. But the lady was getting even more annoyed by the fact that she already knew it. But the princess seemed to be amazed because weapons, strategy, science, and technology were things humankinds were so amazing at making. No wonder they could fight against the demon clan without any magic power due to it. The princess was thinking so much that she thought that it would be great if demons could have that knowledge too. Shura immediately agreed, getting ready to teach the princess. But now the princess was a bit skeptical, and the servant immediately told her that she did not have to believe him because humans were cunning creatures, and there was no way they would teach the demons how to fight against them so easily. Even Shura realized that Io was sharp, along with being a violent woman, and even the servant called out to him that Shura couldn't argue back because she had hit a mark and was right. But Shura just smiled, telling everyone that the most important thing in strategy was situation awareness. And on the battlefield, there are no eternal rivals or eternal friends, only prophets. According to the boy, all three of them were privy to secrets about the other and shared a common enemy. And it was not humans versus demons, but instead demons versus demons. They could make the strongest lines of mutual benefit by working together and assure victory. The princess knew deep inside that Shura was right. But even the boy had thought about gaining all the mysteries because to dismantle the monsters from within, he needed to understand the weakness of the four clans. And the upcoming Four Clans conference was a golden opportunity. And if he could earn the princess's trust, then he could step into the heart of the world's power. After a lot of thought, the princess wanted Shura to teach her the art of war and the knowledge of humankind starting today. And this was according to the plan of our boy. But suddenly, the lady grabbed his hand and told him that if he had any ulterior motives, then she would not be Shura's wife anymore, and would be breaking the same hand she was protecting right now. The princess grabbed the boy's wrist hard that he started screaming like a baby. The scene shifts to the central region. The trio was walking around, and the princess explained that this was a public area where the territories of the four clans intersect. And all trade between the clans passes through here, so there are complicated rules in order to maintain peace. It was the first time that our boy saw every tribe and clan together, including the Beast and the Wing clan, in addition to the demons. But as he saw one of a female beast kin going around, one of the Wing tribe members looked at her back and slapped it with ulterior motives. The lady was shocked, wondering what the winged man was doing. But the winged monster acted rashly, telling the lady that as her hips were raised so high, he took it as an invitation. But some males from the Beast clan stopped the wild creature and started intimidating the monsters from the Winged clan, telling them not to mess with their woman. But the winged monster was trying to rage bait even the males, telling him that strict Beast clan men were so boring, and they only used brute force instead of their brain because they don't have it. Now, even the Beast clan started throwing insults at the flying monsters, telling them that they were just sneaking around and doing cowardly things for all that matters. And now, 2 of the Beast clan members started running towards the monster to take him down, getting ready to kick them straight onto the face with their powerful legs. But the Winged clan members immediately flew away, mocking the horsemen that they cannot even fly either, which was such a handicap. It was now the Winged clan members who started attacking while throwing their poison from their mouths, raining down poisonous liquid, and not caring about who they were hitting. Looking at that, one of the horsemen grabbed a fruit and decided to shoot the monsters down, running with insane speeds and throwing the fruit like a dodgeball, which started going toward the monster with insane speeds. And it had such a huge impact that the Winged clan member was dropped down straight onto the ground. But this only escalated the situation, as some of the Winged clan and Beast clan members started fighting like cats and dogs. Shura wondered if no one was going to step in and stop this fighting. But the princess, Maya, and the servant, Aru, knew that in this place, race does not matter and no one interferes or protects someone. That's why Catherine had also chosen this location, as it was her ideal spot. Everyone was so shocked by even the mention of Catherine that Shura wondered if she was really that terrifying. But the princess explained that terrifying doesn't even begin to describe her, and the boy would find out soon enough. Shura didn't like the fact that he was being kept in the dark. The scene shifted, and they arrived at a medical clinic called the Catherine Clinic. As soon as the door opened, Shura expected something really bad and dangerous. But what came out was a cute little AI robot with a medical hat. It welcomed everyone, introducing himself as Toto, the medical assistant, wondering how he could assist them. An AI assistant was the last thing that Shura might have thought of, or maybe never even have thought about. The princess explained that Catherine was extremely interested in human science and technology. So as she came across that little thing for sale, she stole it and made it her assistant. Shura wondered how stealing could be so casual in the demon realm. The servant ignored the boy and told the robot that Demon Princess Maya had business with Catherine and had come all the way to visit. The AI robot understood everything and told them to follow him. As the 3 of them followed, Shura was looking around the space where multiple organs were kept. The bot came near a door made of steel and told everyone that as Catherine was currently working, they should wait for a moment. As Shura waited, he noticed multiple books about anatomy, pharmacology, and biology, and even diagrams of acupressure points and anatomical models. It was very well made, signifying that other than being a demon, there was no difference between them, humans and demons in terms of biology. The boy knew that the woman really knew a lot about humans. He started looking on the other side of the glass and saw a perfectly beautiful woman who was working inside the lab. He noticed and told the princess that Catherine did not look as scary as they were making her sound. But the princess kept on telling the boy that if he thought so, then he was in for a surprise. The robot told everyone that the master dislikes being disturbed while working, wanting them to remain silent and wait quietly. He also gave an example that otherwise, they would end up like the diagram. But as our boy noticed closely, he found out that the mannequin was actually alive. The AI robot explained that it was a previous patient. As he made a loud commotion while the monster, Catherine, was working, Catherine got angry and turned him into an anatomical model. And this was his skin. The demon was still crying, wondering what he did wrong for getting such a harsh punishment. Looking at that, Shura's face turned pale, and the princess wondered if she was exaggerating or not. The boy realized that even when Catherine looked human, she was actually a demon. But things could not go more wrong than this, because suddenly the Beast clan and the Winged clan broke the front wall of the clinic, and both of them got slammed inside while a winged monster also entered, wondering where their confidence had gone. We come to know that the winged monster had poisoned those horsemen, and they were now completely falling apart. Even when the AI bot told him to remain quiet in the hospital and line up, the winged demon ridiculed the bot and kicked it away without thinking twice. After that, the winged monster grabbed the female beast lady once again, telling her with a devilish smile that no one was going to protect her anymore, so she should follow quietly. Even when all the males were poisoned, they tried to fight back, but it was to no avail. Looking at them still alive, the winged monster thought that whatever they were going to do would be more fun if they did it right in front of the beast-kin males. This made Arrow make a disgusted face. She was not able to believe how filthy the wingmen were, wondering if they should intervene. But the princess told them not to act because this was not their purpose, and conflict among the 4 clans was a daily occurrence, especially in these sensitive times, and interfering recklessly would only cause unnecessary trouble. But as the wingman started teasing the girl and touching her inappropriately, the servant was enraged. But before she could even do something, Shura straight up jumped into action. With crimson eyes, he took out the sword and slashed away the wingman without thinking twice, saving the female beast lady. The winged monster wondered who our boy was and how he dared to interfere. Shura made it clear that he despised scum like these monsters who treat women as prey. Deep inside, the boy knew that even if he was a monster, he couldn't change himself morally for this act. Even when the princess was disappointed, this time the servant was in full support. And Princess Maya was not able to believe that Shura was so impulsive. But the winged monster thought that he could take down our boy, immediately speeding up and lunging towards him. But as multiple winged men attacked Shura, he took out his demonic sword and started making quick work of them. Meanwhile, the AI robot Toto was back, cutely telling everyone that the decibel limit had been exceeded, so they should follow instructions and remain quiet, otherwise they were on their own now. As things started shaking and trembling, the table which Catherine was using was shaking. And just when she poured one test tube's contents into the other, some material was wasted. And now she was angry, stomping down the gate and opening it, wondering who was interrupting her work. This shocked the winged monster along with Shura while the AI told everyone that the master's blood pressure was spiking, and she was at her limit. But now the lady was taking her anger out on the robot too, telling it to keep quiet because it was due to him that her materials were wasted, so he should get back to work properly. The AI knew that this would happen, saying sorry to the lady and promising to handle this immediately, just wanting her to not be angry. But the winged monster thought that he could do anything, asking the lady if she was the famous alchemist Catherine, because they had heard that she was a hybrid, but were shocked that she looked like a regular woman. Shura wondered what a hybrid was, and the princess explained that Catherine was just like Demon Mommy, a hybrid of the Demon clan and the Beast clan. And the difference is, while Demon Mommy and the Snake were twin siblings, each inheriting the traits of one clan, Catherine has both characteristics in one body. Shura was even more shocked to know that the snake was not Demon Mommy's pet, but instead her brother. Catherine turned towards the princess, wondering if they were the ones causing the commotion. But both the princess and the servant immediately pointed towards the winged monsters, telling her that it was them who was causing the commotion. Shura started acting once again that he was just a sick man, and he didn't do anything, and even lay down in front of the princess, while the winged demon wondered how a man was playing such pathetic acts. Shura was continuously coughing. Just then, the female beast lady started speaking that the Wing clan had attacked them, and they had severely injured her friend. Looking at that, Catherine looked at the people and activated something, noticing that the health points of Shura and the horsemen was actually close to 0, while the winged creatures were having full HP. She told the robot to expel the winged monsters within 1 minute, or they would be turned into scrap metal. But just then, the monster did something that he should not do, calling the alchemist out for acting so high and mighty. Because he knew that many of those who were poisoned by him were healed by her. They thought that they could take Catherine with them and have some fun, cursing the lady and calling her a hybrid mutt. And this was the breaking point for the lady. While the princess explained that Catherine really hates being called a mutt, and now it is over for them. While the lady was getting angrier by every passing second, the winged monsters kept passing remarks about what half of her lineage she was from, because they couldn't just tell by looking at her. They noticed that the lady had no ears and no claws, but maybe she was hiding a tail. But now the lady snapped and turned towards them, telling them that if they wanted to know that desperately, then they should see it by themselves. The winged monsters still thought that everything was under control, telling Catherine that she was a sensible woman for being so considerate, thinking that he did not need to hold back. But just then, the lady slowly opened all of her coat and completely transformed into a demon-beast hybrid. And what's more, we see that from a portal appeared her other half, which was a giant spider. Everyone was shocked. But before they could process anything, their chests were being pierced by the pointy legs of the spider, and all those winged monsters were lifeless in just a moment, while Catherine just smiled and wondered how she should make quick work of them. Shura was shocked by the appearance of a spider. The princess explained that Catherine's mother belonged to the most unique group of the insect tribe in the beast clan, and especially that too was the venomous black spider, which was extremely rare. And those winged monsters would not stand a chance against her. Because in the black spider's world, the male's role was reproduction and food, and Catherine's father was eaten by her mother right after she was born. And that is why the demon clan men trembled just by hearing that name. But the winged clan people had now written their own demise by the hands of such a deadly being. As the smoke cleared, we see that the lady transformed back into her human form while she started tying her hair up once again, telling the bot, Todo, that it was filthy and it should clean the clinic properly. As the robot cutely got closer to the lifeless body, it also turned into an 8-legged mechanism and dissected everything from inside the winged monster and made a perfect-looking skeletal mannequin of those 3 winged monsters. Shura was shocked by looking at the specimen, and the princess confirmed that this is what happens when they make Catherine angry. But we see that one of the horsemen was having real pain while he was at his limit, and the beast lady also explained that to her friend. Hearing that, Catherine told everyone to come inside. The beast lady started crying, and Catherine turned around, calling the princess along with the boy too. But now Shura was skeptical, thinking that he was not really that desperate, because those 2 flexible things were not affecting his life much and might even make it better. But as the boy was going away, Princess Maya caught him and started dragging him inside the main clinic. We see that both the horsemen were admitted into the hospital while the doctor explained that she had given them the antidote, but it would still take them some time for the wounds to heal. And the beast lady thanked Catherine again. But then the lady turned towards our boy, wondering what his problem was. But instead of Shura, Princess Maya came closer to the lady and explained everything to her. Knowing that Demon Mommy was involved in this was interesting for the doctor. She told the princess that she could treat Shura, but there was one condition. Knowing that it could not be something good, the princess wondered what it was, and Catherine just turned towards the boy and started smiling devilishly. Shura realized that this couldn't be something good. As the scene shifts, we get inside a class of doctors where multiple demons and beastmen were studying. Catherine was taking a class, introducing them to a very rare disease that they might only see once in a lifetime. The doctor wanted them to study thoroughly and take this opportunity because it would be useful to them in the future. The students were ready, knowing that if Professor Catherine says so, then it would be something truly extraordinary, wondering what kind of patient it could be. And we see that the patient was none other than Shura himself, who would have to become a specimen and show his 2 little flexible things that can change size depending on who he looks at. Shura didn't want to become a specimen, but he was tied to a wheelchair and was taken into the class. Even the servant Io laughed and told Shura that he was a man, and showing off a little was not that bad. The princess promised to cover his face, and as the door opened, Shura knew that it was his demise because many students from different races started looking at his thing. Shura just wanted them to kill him, but it was not possible. After the class was finished, Shura wished that he could disappear into a hole due to embarrassment. But the servant, Io, wanted him to stop crying over something so small because he was a man. But Shura lashed out, telling the lady that she was not showing off her 2 huge melons, but instead it was the boy who was robbed of private things, so he was making a fuss about it. But the princess, Maya, wanted them to stop fighting and told Catherine to treat him because she had kept her promise. But Catherine told her that it was impossible. The princess wondered what the lady meant while Shura lashed out onto the doctor, telling her that even after getting embarrassed, now the lady was breaking her promise. But Catherine explained that to cure the condition, she needed a special potion, but there was only 1 bottle, and during the commotion earlier it broke. So now she cannot cure him. But as an apology, the doctor was ready to turn Shura into a human model, and then he could leave his name in medical history. The robot, Todo, also began happily dancing while showing off its tools. Shura wondered what kind of apology it was to become a test subject for life. But as the boy would be contributing to medicine, according to Catherine, he should feel proud. Maya wondered what kind of potion the lady needed, deciding to go and find it. But Catherine teased her, wondering why the noble princess was going this far for a man. But Maya kept a straight face, telling the lady to just tell them about what ingredients she needed. Catherine told her that it comes from the flower of Mima. The robot wrote everything down onto a paper and handed it over to the princess while the doctor explained that the flower was not only rare, but also difficult to cultivate. And as far as she knows, there are only a few blooming on the summit of the Beast Clan's Manju Mountain. But even knowing that, it was pointless because the Four Clans conference was coming up, and the borders were heavily guarded, and if a member of another race was caught trespassing, then they would be considered a spy and executed immediately. Catherine wondered if they were willing to take the risk and go still. While the princess looked at the painting of the flower, Shura grabbed the painting and started going away. The princess wondered where the boy was going, and Shura told her that whatever she did for him was enough, and he was going to search for the flower on his own. The servant was screaming at the boy, telling him that they had their own problems to deal with, and as the princess had special status, if Shura were to cross the border without a valid reason, it would cause trouble between the clans, and the worst-case scenario would be a full-blown war. But Shura understood the situation, and that's why he was going to handle the rest on his own. He added that if they wanted to test out the strength of our boy, then they cannot rely on someone who can't protect their own life. This impressed the princess, but she still maintained a straight face, smiling and telling Shura that he was right and that he should go. As the scene shifts, we come to the Beast Clan's border, where we see that the boy was wearing a cloak from top to bottom while trying to sneak in. Knowing that he tried to act cool back there, but now looking at those guards, he wondered how he was supposed to break through. But the boy knew that if he didn't get the flower, then he would die anyway, so he had no choice but to do it, no matter what. Shura put the hood on from the cloak and started going in line inside the Beast Clan area. The person in front of him was caught by the guard, who told him to take off the disguise. Only after showing the proper face were the guards letting the person through. Shura was shocked. We come to know that this cloak was special and invisible beast ears, and a tail were sewn onto it, and they appeared whenever it was worn by the user. Shura hoped that the guards would fall for it. But a blonde beastman came in front of the guard, and the guard started looking at his tail, which was wagging vigorously. But suddenly it stopped, and the guard wondered what the man had to hide. He immediately grabbed the tail and rubbed it off, knowing that it was a fake, and the man came out to be a demon, not able to believe that the battery was already dead. Meanwhile, the guard was not ready to let any demon enter, ordering the other guards to capture him with any means necessary. The demon kept telling the guard that his wife was from the beast tribe, so he just wanted to meet her family, trying to get through. But as rules were rules, the beastmen were not letting him go. As he turned around, he saw his death straight onto his face, while a huge club came straight onto his head, and he was dragged outside. Shura was watching everything, knowing that the strength of these beastmen was insane because they took down an adult demon with a single blow. As the boy started using his lenses, he found that these two beasts had a strength and agility of 1,000 along with many high stats, and both of them were also B-ranked. It was as expected from the Maestro's #1 combat race. Because even the gatekeepers were strong, the boy decided that before they even noticed him, he should get away. But one of the slim guards also noticed Shura and told him to wait, wondering where the boy was going. Our boy tried to lie, telling him that he suddenly got a stomach ache and needed to use a restroom. But now the wolf-like creature was doubting our boy, wondering if he was even telling the truth. He also asked him why he smelled like a demon. Hearing that, Shura was even more nervous, trying to tell the guard that earlier a demonic woman in the public area clung to him, asking to drink together, so he must have picked up her scent. The guard was finding it hard to believe, while telling the boy to take off his cloak. Now the boy knew that if he took off his cloak, then everything would be over. The guard saw this as an opportunity, wondering if the boy was refusing because he had something to hide, and another grumpy guard also joined him. Both of them wanted to have a look at him. But now the boy knew that he could not run away from this, and slowly started taking off his cloak while getting his demonic sword ready. But just then, someone called out to the guards, telling them to wait. As the scene shifts, we see that it was the same female beast lady along with two of the beast horsemen. Even Shura recognized the woman from earlier, and the lady started talking to the wolf guard, wondering if he was on duty today. We come to know that this lady's name was Mathira. The guard wondered if she was there for supplies. Mathira started buying time, telling them that as the guards liked alcohol from the Shell tribe, she had brought a lot of it, gifting 2 bottles to each guard. They started blushing because they were not treated this kindly by anyone. As they smelled the alcohol, it was really appealing. Even when the wolf was drinking, he told the other one not to drink because they were on duty, but they did not care and drank again and again. We come to know that Mathira was the head of the merchant guild, and she was ordered by the chieftain to buy supplies for the 4-tribe conference. Knowing that she must be busy, the guard thanked her for the good work. The wolf-like beast immediately screamed at the others to stop daydreaming and start carrying the goods. And this was the lady's chance. She turned towards Shura and told him to work properly. The guard wondered if the lady knew him somehow, and the lady explained that since there were a lot of supplies this time, she had hired extra hands to get them properly. She added that the guy in the hood had slacked off halfway and gone home, and she regretted that he had been paid in advance. The guard thought that this was the reason why our boy was sneaking around and pushed him to get to work and do it properly. As the boy started pushing the supplies, he looked toward the beast lady, Mathira, who gave him a look of complicity. Shura understood her plan and decided to help. Mathira got permission for our boy to pass. Everybody let him go as he pushed the supplies, and when they got to the central area, the boy noticed multiple beastmen who were working and were busy with their own chores. After the supplies were delivered, the lady told our boy that this was as far as she could accompany him, as she still had her mission from the chieftain. But Shura wondered why she would go so far to help a complete stranger. The lady told our boy that he was not a stranger at all because he had already helped the lady at the Catherine clinic. Shura realized that the lady knew he was a demon, and he wondered if she was at least curious about his intentions. But the beast lady was sure that the boy was not a bad person, and that is what mattered, because beast folk intuition is always right. Shura was touched by this gesture, thinking that it was worth mustering the courage, because having a conscience really does matter. But he wondered if the monsters even have a sense of good and evil because they are nothing more than savage creatures that endlessly plunder and slaughter in the human world. And yet, they possess intelligence on par with humans, learning ability, self-awareness for growth, and even a sense of morality. They have also advanced in medicine and technology that completely overturns everything that he thought he knew. He wondered if the monsters had evolved, or if he had simply never truly understood them. But the boy knew that this was not the time for him to be thinking like that, because he needed to find the flower to cure himself. Just then the boy was told by the lady that there was another reason that she had helped him, and that was because the beast folk never leave debts unpaid. So if they ever meet on the battlefield, they will be enemies once again. Shura became serious, smiling and agreeing to settle their debt right here and now. This made the lady smile. As suddenly, someone arrived in front of the lady, telling her that the incidents of causing trouble in territories during the timing of meetings had been increasing. He wondered if she was sure that it was okay to let a demon go at this time. The man also mentioned that the one who was with our boy at Catherine's clinic was apparently Maya, the demon princess. Even though the lady did not know their exact goal, anyone traveling with the demon princess was not ordinary. So the lady wanted the guard to discreetly follow him and report back if anything happens. Finally understanding what the man had to do, he started running with insane speed. But the lady also noticed another beast girl who was going away, and it was as if she knew that person. But as she turned around, the girl was already gone, and Mathira thought that she must be imagining things, because there was no way that it was her. Meanwhile, the guard was trailing our boy, and Shura had already noticed it. But still, he kept playing along and somehow shook the guard off, getting surprised by the fact that even the beast folk had followed him. That meant that they had decent intelligence. But as the boy did not have time for this, he had to shake the man off. But he wondered how he was supposed to get to the mountain of 10,000 beasts, wondering if he should ask someone. But just then he was also slammed onto the same girl, who apologized again and again to our boy. As she stood normally, the boy was mesmerized by how cute the girl actually was, straight out of a fantasy novel. The boy was not able to believe that such a cute beast folk actually existed. The girl apologized to the boy for dirtying his clothes, wanting to wipe it off, but Shura immediately dodged the girl, telling her that it was fine, while she fell down onto the ground. Shura immediately told her that it was not his fault, and she should watch where she was going. But as the girl seemed unconscious, the boy thought that it was not acting at all, wondering if she was okay or if she got hurt anywhere. But her stomach made grumbling noises, and she quickly told our boy that she was just hungry. This made Shura relax as he took the girl into a restaurant. Shura thought that the survival rule of the beast folk is the law of the jungle, and because of that, young and elderly beast folk often have their food stolen and go hungry. But still, no matter how hungry she was, she ate way too much. We see that the girl was eating continuously and gave a loud burp, finally satisfied by the food she ate. She then cutely asked the boy if she overate, apologizing for making him spend extra money. Shura didn't know what to say and told her that she was just growing, so it was fine. But the boy wondered where the girl's family was and why a little kid like her was wandering around alone. It is then that the girl told the boy that she ran away from home. She explained that since birth, she was seen as worthless just because she was a girl and her body was not strong. Every day she was scolded and even beaten and denied food. As her younger brother was born, she became even more unwanted, and they made her do all the housework. Even her own brother was no less. Yesterday, the girl had collapsed from exhaustion, and because of that, she knew that punishment awaited her, so she was scared and ran away. Shura was boiling in anger, wondering how some families were still stuck in such outdated beliefs, and how they could make such a sweet girl suffer. The girl wanted to know our boy's name, and he introduced himself as Bon. The girl told him that her name was Pooh. This was such a generic name that the boy thought that the parents did not want her, so they gave her such a random name, thinking that they were terrible. She thanked the boy for the meal and wondered how she could repay him, and Shura told her that there was no need to do so. But then he remembered something, and wondered if the girl knew about the mountain of 10,000 beasts. The girl explained that the mountain was high in their nest, and it was dangerous. The creatures there have cruel and cunning personalities, as they don't act for their pack's sake. Instead, they ambush their own returning members and prey on them. But the worst part is that they even eat their own newborns as food when needs arise. And that's why everyone drove the hyenas into the mountain. The girl wondered why the man wanted to go there. Shura told her that he was looking for something, and it could only be found in the mountains. And the girl smiled, telling him that if it was the mima flower, then they have one at home. As her father had picked one a while ago, and at this time, as he should not be home yet, she can go and get it. The girl got ready, telling the boy to wait, as she would be right back. Shura thought that it was his lucky day, because one good thing after another keeps happening. Thinking that if everything keeps going this smoothly, then he might be able to get home before nightfall. But a lot of time passed by, and Shura wondered why the girl was not back yet. Just then, the receptionist came to Shura, slamming the table and wondering how long the boy was going to stay there. We see that it was a giant beastman, looking like a buffalo, who told our boy that it had been half a day already, and as he had not ordered anything yet, he kept sitting there, which was not good at all. Even when the boy tried to tell him that he was waiting for a friend to come back, the beast was not ready to listen, because Shura was taking up space and getting in the way of business when it was not profitable at all. The boy decided to pay for the seat, and the beast agreed, telling him to pay up. But as the boy took out his money, he came to realize that he did not have anything. The beast thought that it was the same tactic that all the thieves used, and Shura was one of them. The beast called out to his other friends, and all of them encircled the boy. Even when the boy was trying to make a fake smile, he knew that if it turned into a fight, then they would figure out that he was a demon. So he needed to quickly get out of the place. But the beasts were having no patience, wondering if Shura had a death wish. They immediately grabbed the boy, binding his hands behind his back. And this is when Shura noticed a book, which was named No More Being a Sucker Even After Reincarnation. And it was a story of the protagonist who was killed in her past life by her parents and her vampire younger brother. But after reincarnation, she took revenge by killing the entire family. The boy was shocked to see that the main character of this novel was also named Pooh. And then he realized everything, about how, when the girl slammed onto him, she must have gotten all the money, knowing that he had been tricked. The scene shifts as we see that the girl was not at all innocent. She thought that she had gotten a good scapegoat who would sit and wait for her forever. On the other hand, the restaurant owner was making Shura do all the work, making him carry goods, washing dishes, and even cleaning the floor when it was already clean. And when the boy did not work according to plan, the beastman was even insulting him, telling him that he was slower than a snail. Shura did all the work, and as he was going to dispose of the waste, he tripped and threw all the wastewater onto the owner beast itself. This triggered him even more, who thought that Shura was doing all this on purpose. But as his money was still not paid, the beast wanted the boy to quit screwing around and clean the floor properly. Even when Shura was really angry, deciding to turn the beast into meat buns, he remembered that he should never pick a fight with beast folk, because getting exposed as a demon is even worse. Shura decided to endure it. The beast kicked him, telling him to hurry up and get to work. The boy was doing everything he could. Meanwhile, we see Mathira, who was shocked that the young lady had gone missing. A female soldier gave her a note which told them that the young lady was never coming back, and she even showed the middle finger to everyone. We come to know that the chieftain had ordered a search in places where she might have gone, but they haven't found her yet, thinking that maybe she had already gone far away. But Mathira was sure that if the young lady had passed through a checkpoint, then the guards would have definitely noticed her. The lady knew that the kid had run off many times, but of all times, why she decided to do it right now when things are tense. But it is then that Mathira realized that maybe the girl she saw before was actually the young lady herself. She told the soldier that she might have figured out the location, telling her to call the two people from the same checkpoint so that they could search together. And as there are also non-beast races present there, for the young lady's safety, the fact that she ran away must absolutely remain a secret. As the scene shifts, we see that Shura was having black circles under his eyes while he was completely exhausted, and his whole body was sore. He knew that this is all because of that little brat who not only tricked him, but also took his money, and Shura was persistent that the next time they meet, she will definitely pay for this. But as the boy heard someone talking about such parents, he turned around and saw that the girl was telling a story. She was sold to an old man just for her brother's marriage, and the listeners wondered how such a terrible thing could happen to a child. The lies of the girl were so outrageous that she even told everyone that the old man touched her all over and told her to bear his child, making her so scared. But while the girl was acting, Shura called her out, screaming at her to not scam other people too. But the girl also had a trump card, telling all the beastmen that he was the same old man who did such naughty things to her, and now he came to capture her. First of all, Shura was not able to believe that he was being called an old man when he was young and handsome. And on top of that, he told everyone that she is a con artist, and she based everything on novels and made up the whole story. But one of the beastmen told Shura that to this child, he was definitely like an old man. And even the boy realized that this fact had some truth in it. But he immediately switched the topic, telling the beastmen that this does not matter, and he just wanted his money back. But then those men stopped our boy in the pretext of protecting the little girl, telling her to go to a safe place. One of them grabbed her and started going away while one person stopped Shura, and the girl thought that now she was safe. Even when Shura screamed at her to not run, this was not possible. As the scene shifts, we see that the man and the girl were walking alone in narrow streets while she thanked the old man for earlier, knowing that if she had been caught, then things would have been really bad. But suddenly something happened, and the girl started acting dizzy. Then she told the beastman that she had not eaten anything for so long and now was really hungry. But this was all a ploy for her to get the money that the man had. But suddenly her hand was grabbed by the beastman who told her that even when this lousy acting might have fooled that idiot from earlier, it would not fool him. The girl was startled for a moment, but then kept her act, wondering what the man was talking about. Now the beastman showed his true colors, telling her that if her parents did not want her, then she should come back with him instead. Looking at that, and how she was in danger, the girl immediately kicked the man away and maintained the distance. But we see that in actuality, the beastman was not a beastman, and instead he was a deadly hyena. Laughing like a devil and telling the girl that he had only used the face once, and now he will have to prepare a new one again. In the meantime, the girl was not able to process anything while two more hyenas came from behind her, knowing that they have been found out. The girl wondered how this had happened, because these hyenas were supposed to be driven to the mountain, and they should not be here. But one of them laughed at the girl, telling her that it is due to the chieftain that the guards went to patrol the border, and they snuck in without any trouble. They wondered how long it has been since they have eaten a young woman, thinking that tonight would be a feast, running towards the little girl to grab their prey. But even the little girl had some skills as she jumped off the walls and got to the rooftops, getting some of the bricks and making them fall onto the hyenas. The girl was confident, taunting the hyenas to go ahead and try to catch her, while she started running onto the rooftops, throwing even more bricks onto them. The hyenas realized that the girl was good and that they had underestimated her. But if she thinks that she can escape with just this, she is too naive because the strength of hyenas was their sense of smell. As one of them started smelling her, he immediately got the location, calling out to the others. As the scene shifts, we see that even the guards were running along with Mathira and the soldier lady while they searched all around the block, wondering if they found the young lady, but they had no chance of it. While the little girl was running away, she also saw the guards looking for her and immediately hid. She wondered why Mathira was with the guards, wondering if Mathira was strong, and if she should tell the lady about the hyenas to save herself. But if she did that, she would have to stick with her, and it was absolutely not possible for her to submit. But just then, the little girl saw Shura, who was searching for the girl here and there, and another evil plan came into the little mind of hers. As the scene shifts, we see that our boy was walking around everywhere, wondering where she got to. But then suddenly, the girl's voice called out to him, wondering if the boy was underestimating her. As Shura checked his cloak, he found that the girl was right there, and he now started screaming at her, wondering how she got the nerve to show herself there when she had picked the worst possible time to mess with the boy. And he wondered if the girl thought that he would not fight back just because she was a kid. But the girl already had a trump card up her sleeve and asked the boy if he wanted to go to the mountain, promising to take him there without fail, but still posing a condition. Shura wondered if the girl thought that he was stupid and was not ready to trust anything that the wild girl was saying, telling her that if she did not want to suffer, then she should return the money right now. But then another banger was hit by the girl, as she asked Shura if he was a demon. The boy wondered how she knew that, but then he came back to his senses, telling the girl that she was wrong, showing her the tail that he had got. But the girl immediately grabbed the tail and ripped it apart from the costume and started laughing, wondering what would happen if she screamed right now. The boy knew that he was in a huge mess, looking around and snatching the tail back. He wondered how the girl figured it out. She explained that if Shura was really from the Beast clan, he would already know the way to the mountain, but since he had to ask, that means that he was not from the Beast clan. And now he had no choice but to listen to the evil girl. Shura gritted his teeth, but he knew that the girl was right. As the scene shifts, we see that the lady soldier was walking, and Shura crossed her, but she got by without any suspicion. Shura was not able to believe that he was being used by some little girl who was hiding just behind his cloak to avoid detection. As the scene shifts, we see that finally the boy was starting to climb the mountain of 10,000 beasts, and he was mesmerized by how huge the mountain actually was. The girl tried to gain the boy's trust, telling him that she was not lying, and Shura agreed to trust her for now. But as Shura started going up, the girl was thinking something, and slowly but surely, she was following the boy. He turned around and wondered why she was doing so, but the girl did not answer. The boy screamed at the girl to stop following him, but she calmly told him that she still had his money, wondering if Shura was okay with that. The boy demanded the money back, but the girl denied it. Having figured this much, he told the girl to consider the money as payment for bringing him to the mountain and never show herself in front of the man again, because Shura was sure that if he saw the girl next time, he would not hold back, even for a kid. After saying that, the boy started going his way, but the girl was still laughing devilishly, running towards him and telling him that the flowers were not edible, and they don't even look good. She wondered why the boy wanted them regardless, and Shura dismissed the question, telling her that it was none of her business. He remembered that Catherine told him that Mima flowers were at the mountain peak, but as it was too high, he wondered how long it would take to get there. But suddenly the girl called out to Shura, telling him that there was one right here. And upon inspection, the boy thought that it was also the Mima flower. He again and again asked the girl if she was not lying, but the girl told him that she didn't care and started grabbing the flower. Shura stopped her and looked at the picture, knowing that something felt off about this. But still, he tried to check it out, and the girl was looking just for this instance as she kicked the boy's face straight onto the flower. All of a sudden, multiple giant vines started coming out of the ground, and the flower changed shape into a terrifying carnivorous one, grabbing the boy by its head. The scene shifts to Catherine's clinic, where we see that the princess was sweeping the floor and the servant lady Io was putting new bricks, while the robot, Toto, told them that the cracks were really bad and they needed to rebuild it. The robot wanted them to hurry up because they would not be able to open tomorrow. But now the servant was getting annoyed, telling the robot to shut up, throwing her tools onto it and telling it that if the creature was not going to help, then it should not complain. And besides, She was sure that the wall was destroyed by the winged tribe and not them, so why were they the ones to clean it up instead? But Catherine just smiled while sitting down, telling her that if they had not gotten into the fight with the winged tribe, none of this would happen to them in the first place. And this made the whole fiasco their problem, even when they didn't want to. The princess wondered if Shura was doing all right, or if he got the mima flower already. But then Catherine remembered that she forgot to tell him something. The princess wondered what it was, and the lady explained calmly and in a nonchalant manner that there is another flower in the mountains called Seyo that looks just like the mima flower, hoping that Shura does not mix them up. But as the scene shifts, Shura was in the dark, wondering why it got dark all of a sudden. And as he touched all around, he saw that he was in a slimy space, which was engulfing him by every passing second. And it was all feeling sticky and tingly at the same time, in all the wrong places. But just then the flower bloomed, and we see that right in the center was our boy. And looking at it, the girl started laughing, telling him that he looked like a steam bun. Shura screamed at her, wondering what the hell was going on. And the girl told him that she made a mistake, as this was not the mima flower, but a Seyo flower instead. At this point, Shura did not even care, wanting to just get out of this place. But the girl explained that once a Seyo flower catches its prey, it won't let go easily. But there was still a way out. And while saying that, the girl started blushing. Shura wondered what the way was, and the girl explained that he will find out soon enough. Deep inside the slimy space of the flower, subtle tentacles started growing towards the boy's pants and started grabbing the flexible little things that the boy had grown, as Shura made faces and wondered about what the flower was doing. On the other hand, we see that the servant, Io, and the princess, Maya, had never heard about the Seyo flower, wondering what it was and what will happen if the boy gets it wrong. Catherine explained that even when this flower looked similar to the mima flower, its effects were the complete opposite, because the mima flower has detoxifying properties and can neutralize any poison. And that is why the second flexible thing would disappear. But the Seyo flower was an aphrodisiac that would feed on the hormones produced when a male experiences arousal, and it gives pleasure to adult men, absorbing those hormones to strengthen itself. And if a male touches that one, then he will be completely drained in a single night. Such dreadful and naughty explanation shocked both the princess and her servant, as they wondered why Catherine did not mention such an important detail earlier. But as Catherine had only told the boy to straight up go to the summit, she was sure that nothing would go wrong, because the mima flower blooms in high places, always facing the sun. But the Seyo flower was the opposite, as it blooms at the base of the mountain. And if Shura followed the instructions properly, then there would be no chance of a mistake, no matter what. But if the boy slacked off and did not go to the summit, that would be his own fault. The princess and the servant wondered what they should do right now. While we see that, on the other hand, the girl also explained everything to the boy, telling him that once it absorbs all the white nutrients, it will let the man go. But the boy knew that until that happens, he will be a dried-up corpse, wondering what kind of perverted flower it was. But the flower wanted to drink some white and thick juice, so it started happening again as the tentacle reached the two flexible things of our boy and started rubbing them. The effects were seen onto the boy's face as he made distorted faces, and it was as if a giant train was going on full throttle. And after that, finally, the waterfall happened, releasing a lot of white juice and making the boy feel relieved as he felt that he had been completely sucked out. While the girl teased him that he seems to be having fun, completely disgusted by him. The girl decided to leave our boy to it while going away, but Shura screamed with whatever energy he had left that he was barely alive. And as the boy had saved the little girl too, she should help him. The girl was again plotting devilishly, telling Shura that she will be helping him, but in return he must become her servant and will obey every command without question. But Shura was not ready to do it, because, as a man, there is no way he wanted to submit to just a little kid like her. But the plant continued its white juice sucking, getting all the nutrients from two pipes. And looking at that, the girl wondered how long the man will last. The girl started going away. As the scene shifts, we see that in the central area multiple guards have gathered, and one of them found a fake beastman mask along with the young lady's scent on it, along with the hyenas. Mathira wondered if they did not take care of the hyenas already and why there would be one present there. But the guard told her that, as the security was lax lately, one must have slipped in. By this, the female soldier deduced that maybe the young lady was taken by a hyena because they did not know for sure, and this much was not clear. But the guard was sure that a battle took place right there. Mathira decided that they are going to head to the mountain right now. As the scene shifts, we see Shio, who told our boy that it was her first time, so he has to be gentle. While Bon wondered if she was really okay with this, even when they were not married. But she already considers them as a married couple and shared a passionate kiss, slowly taking off the clothes and revealing all her necessary curves and 2 big melons. But just when the show started, Bon was grabbed by his hair. And it was Demon Princess Maya, wondering why Bon was cheating when he has a fiancé. But she screamed that Maya's fiancé was already dead and Bon is a human who was now Shio's husband. But then the princess outrageously said that as both of the ladies like him, they should split him 50-50. And as the boy had 2 flexible things, both of them can take one and it would be fair. Knowing that if Bon is okay with this, they are even going to add 1 more person. The boy thought that it was straight up heaven and wondered how this was possible. Now the boy started doing workouts with both Shio and the princess. Both ladies touched his abs and Shio was enjoying it with a blissful nosebleed, wondering what the place was. But suddenly, behind them, appeared the demon mommy. A sudden shock went through the boy's body as he wondered what she was doing there. And the demon mommy seductively told him that she was not there to interfere and instead was going to join in. But the princess and Shio told her that the boy belonged to them and there was no room for a third person. But the demon mommy told everyone that men were just like rice fields, and if they cultivate them well, then they can produce endlessly. The boy was cut by the snake once again, and something started growing near the crotch once again. And it was so blissful that the boy was not able to hold back, and it was overflowing as the white juice flew onto all the girls, who were savoring it all over. And after that happened, the boy slammed down onto the bed, knowing that he was fully empty. But the demon mommy and the other princesses told him that there is no end for men, and they do it endlessly. This is the end of the nightmare. As the boy woke up with a scream over the top, wondering if it was all a dream, he knew that he must have lost consciousness. But the boy realized that he was considerably weak due to the perverted flower. And even when he hadn't even held a girl's hand before, enduring all that for 23 long years, his spiritualness was gone, as he started crying. But as he heard rustling from the bushes once again, he wondered who was there. And as it turned out, it was none other than the same girl who trapped the boy into the sayo flower. The boy wondered why the girl was still there. And Shura thought that maybe the girl was going to rob even the corpse of him, but it was too bad because the boy was still alive. But the girl straight up told him that she was not that much of a villain, and she just had nowhere to go, because her parents and the others are always in meetings, and they probably have not even seen the memo that the girl left before leaving. And she knew that even if she goes back, then she will be alone, so she does not want to. Shura wondered if the girl was making up stories again. This time, it felt like the girl was playing the poor kid who is unloved by her parents, but this time it was true. After her mother died, giving birth to her in a difficult labor, her father cherished her, but he was always at work from morning till night. And sometimes the girl was not able to see him for an entire month. Even when they got to eat together, he is called away midway. So the girl always watched other kids being pampered by their parents and always thought about why it was only her who had to suffer when others enjoyed. And that's why she started reading novels and imagined herself as the protagonist, so even she could have fun alone. But in reality, she just wanted to be with her father, and even that was too much to ask. This time the girl was sincere. But as her knees touched the sensitive area of the boy, he immediately got into intense pain, telling the girl to not touch that place. But this was found by the girl as rude, as she told him that talking to the rootless demon was pointless and stupid anyway, because Shura does not understand how she feels. But then Bon told the girl that his father was the same way, and the only time that he could see him in a year was on his birthday. So he understood the loneliness of the girl better than anyone. At first, the girl was not ready to believe it, thinking that Shura did not look that pitiful, even when he was trying to do this. But still, thinking that someone else had it worse than her was making the girl feel better. And now Shura was angry at her as he was getting annoyed. But the girl had a genuine question about if the boy did not ever get mad at his father. Then we see another flashback. Bon remembered that it was his happy birthday, and his mother had thrown a big birthday party. Even his friends had joined, and his mother gave the boy a present from her parents, and this was the hero's uniform. Bon was happy after looking at it. Even the friends got jealous because they had been begging their dads for this forever, and he got it only after one time of asking. All of them wanted to try the hero's uniform, while the boy hugged his mom, thanking her. The mother thanked all the friends of Bon for coming and celebrating, deciding to go and cut some fruit, thinking that they should play for a bit, and then they would have dinner. And the friends started talking about how Bon was going to meet his father, who is the captain of the squad today, wondering if this was actually real. Bon doubled down on it, telling them that, as his dad had promised him, it is really going to happen. The friends wondered if they could also get the autograph of his dad, along with a picture, and Bon took responsibility that he would get them all of those. But as time started passing and it was already 6 o'clock, the friends wondered if the captain would be back. One of the friends who just wanted to tease the boy told him that his dad being a captain was a lie and the picture must have been edited. But now Bon was angry, telling his friend that his dad really was a captain, but the boy is just one step ahead, telling his friend that he was just jealous, so now he was talking big to save his face. The boy was exposed and was trying to hide it. But Bon remembered from his photographic memory that at the last gathering when the earthquake happened, his friend's dad thought that the monster was coming, and he got so scared that he jumped off in a panic. And everyone in the school saw him getting taken away in an ambulance with his pants being wet. And his friend's dad was a coward, and Bon's dad is a hero. The friend was completely jealous after being figured out. The friend pouted his face, and every other friend started laughing at him. And then he started saying outrageous things out of the blue about how, even so, his dad is way better than Bon's dad, because only his mom was throwing birthday parties when his dad hadn't even come once. But Bon had the counter for everything, telling his friend that his dad is busy every day fighting monsters and helping people. But even if that's true, the friend told him that he was just making excuses because his dad was not going to make it. But Bon was so sure that his dad had never broken a promise that he was sure that the friend would regret it when he would be proven wrong. But the friend wanted the uniform, so he told Bon to put the uniform on the line, telling that if the friend wins, then the uniform will be his to claim, making a promise about playing a certain game. As the scene shifts, we see that our boy's dad brought a cake because this was the first time he was making one, and it felt kind of strange. But still, he was happy that as long as it tastes good, that is all that matters. The man wondered if his son has grown up a bit or not, so he decided to hide and surprise him. But just when he was going to knock the door, suddenly his phone rang, and he shifted into a serious mode, wondering what the matter was. And as soon as he heard the orders, he was silent for a bit, and then agreed to do it. The boy's father got back to his work and told his mom that it was an emergency situation. And even when the lady wondered if it absolutely had to be his father, she knew how important the job was and looked at the kids, telling him that it's his job, so there's no helping it. She told him they should be careful because Bon and she would be waiting for him. Meanwhile, we see that the boy had worn the hero uniform and was delivering multiple dialogues, acting as a hero. All the friends were also enjoying it, while that one smug friend was just sitting there, knowing that Bon was lying. Just then, Bon's mother came closer to our boy, telling him that his dad had an emergency situation. And just then, we see that Bon started crying after his friends went away, while the mother tried to explain that he did not have a choice, as it was an emergency situation. The mother also showed our boy the cake that was made just for him, promising that once the mission is over, they would eat the cake together, so they should wait for him together. But shockingly, Bon was so angry that he slammed the cake on the floor, not caring about it, because he was too angry that his father did not show up. He wondered why work had to be today, and why his father had made promises if he cannot keep them. The boy was so angry about it that he told his mother that his friend had also called him a liar, and that is why he hated his dad. He slammed the door shut, getting into the room and crying, while the mother wondered what she should do. Bon was crying while continuously calling his father a liar. But just then, he heard news on the TV. It was a breaking news report that this evening, the International Trade Building was attacked by a monster. And thanks to the hero's swift action, most of the staff evacuated safely. However, some of the monster threats have yet to be eliminated, and nearby residents are advised to remain indoors. Bon realized that it was an emergency mission of a monster attack, and knew that his father had to be related to this. Meanwhile, we see that now that smug friend was wearing the hero uniform and slashing the sword while telling everyone else that Bon is just a liar. because his dad is not even a squad leader. Every other friend was also thinking that it is a waste to be friends with the boy, because he turned out to be a liar. That smug friend was ready to expose Bon, telling everyone tomorrow that he is a liar so that he is going to end up all alone. But just then, these filthy friends looked at a guard who was trying to tell everyone to get away from the zone which is crossed off. The friends wondered why it is blocked off, because they just want to go home, wondering if they can go through. But the security guard told them that, as there was a monster attack ahead, heroes were dealing with it right now, so they should take a detour. The other two friends realized that if heroes were there, then the squad leader might be there too, and maybe they can see him fight. But as the security guard stopped them, the kids claimed they were just wanting a squad leader's autograph and were not trying to get in the way. But that smug friend thought that he is a hero in real life, crossing the barrier and getting inside, telling everyone that as he is going to join the hero someday, he is not scared of some monster. But just then he was grabbed by an evil-looking monster who was looking at the puny being that, in reality, the kid was, and all the others were shocked, wondering what will happen now. The security guard immediately notified the heroes that a large type monster has appeared in Block B, and the child has been captured, so they required backup. The other two kids also started crying, telling the officer to help. Even when the security guard shot multiple bullets onto it, the monster was immune to it, and started going on top of a high-rise building while that smug friend was crying in one of its hands. The child was dead scared, almost ready to pee inside the hero uniform, just like his father, and the security guard tried shooting multiple bullets, but his bullets were not reaching. He was requesting air support again and again, wondering about someone who would come. And just then we see the heroic entry of Bon's dad, as the children realized that it was the same uniform of a hero squad captain. The man used his laser web to go onto the building and got ready with a sword. Even the boy realized that it was the squad captain. The captain made a pose just like Levi and started spinning, slashing the monster from the back. As the monster gave the human his attention, it was its end. Even when the monster tried to eat Bon's dad, he was not able to do so. The man started spinning once again, slashing the monster multiple times, freeing the child from its clutches, also jumping down and grabbing him so that he was uninjured. The friends realized that Bon's father was an amazing captain, as the man wondered if the snotty brat was okay. The boy thanked the captain for saving him, and the other friends also joined him, wondering if they could take a picture and an autograph. Not recognizing these children, the man told them to go ahead. But just then, he noticed the color of the hero's suit and realized that it was the one which he gifted to his son. On the other hand, we see that Bon was watching the news about how a child was under attack by a monster when Captain Hashuter of the heroes rushed to the rescue. It was Bon's dad, and he thought that his dad was in danger, immediately going to help him. But just then, we see that the boy's dad is back, wishing him a very happy birthday. Bon started crying and ran to hug his father, apologizing to him for saying that he hated him, and telling the man that he is just glad that his father is okay. The man wondered what was going on, and then surprisingly Bon's dad said that he had met his friends earlier, and that they are saying that they had something they wanted to tell him. Slowly but surely, all three friends started coming up, and that snotty brat friend was not so snotty anymore, apologizing to the boy for being so elitist, wondering if Bon was ready to forgive them, and if he would still be their friend. Even though I do not want Bon to be friends with such filthy kids, as the father was looking at Bon, the boy agreed, telling them that they would always be friends. The man was happy that he made it before midnight, deciding to eat the cake together. But the mom then showed that the cake was pretty much destroyed, and the friends wondered if this was really edible. Now, Bon's father snapped because he had worked so hard on that cake, wondering how it turned out like this. And Bon was going away, but he was immediately grabbed by his father, who ran towards the boy with a whip, not able to believe that his hard work of so many days was going to waste. After this flashback ended, the boy answered the girl that he had obviously felt anger. Hearing that, the girl thought that parents with no sense of responsibility are the worst. But the boy interrupted the girl by telling her that this is only the one time when the boy mistakenly hated his dad, and otherwise his dad is his pride. Hearing that, the girl even wondered what she was doing, and she immediately got back to her character, punching Shura and wondering what he meant by that. But suddenly, a rope was grappled around the neck of the girl as she was pulled back with insane force. The ones who pulled her were none other than the hyenas. The boy realized that these guys were in town, and the girl also knew that now she was in danger. But even when she tried to scratch the rope with her sharp claws, the hyenas laughed and told her that it is useless because the rope is made out of hyena's fur, which is as hard as steel. One of the hyenas also grabbed the girl, thinking that tracking her down would be a pain, but she walked right into their turf. But the girl was not ready to give up, telling the hyena that they should be scared of the girl's father, because if they laid even a finger on her, then they will suffer a fate worse than death. The hyenas thought that it was a bluff, wondering who the father is. And the girl told them that she was the daughter of the Beast Kin clan, and her father was the Beast Kin chief. Even the hyenas were shocked by this information, and the girl thought that they were scared, telling them to release her right now, and then they might just get spared. But they thought that it was hilarious and told the girl that she should lie, which is even more believable. The girl screamed that it is true, but no one believed it. But for the hyenas, it was even better because it was the chief's fault that they have been driven into this god-forsaken place. So they decided to take out the chief when he comes to save his daughter, and the girl screamed at them, telling them to do their worst. But one of the hyenas wondered what they should do about Shura, and the boy calmly told everyone that he had got nothing to do with this, and if they are going to eat someone, then they should eat the girl instead. The girl realized how ungrateful the demon was, and revealed in front of everyone that Shura was a demon, and that they will get a bounty if they catch him. Now both the girl and our boy were screaming at each other about abandoning and selling themselves out. But as a hyena grabbed the fake ears, he realized that Shura actually had horns, and he really was a demon, wondering what they should do. But this was all a trap set by the boy, as the Seiyo flower was activated by all that commotion, and one of them was going to get trapped in it. The other hyenas realized that it was about to suck the first one dry, because if they steal prey from a Seiyo flower, then they will end up being the target instead. It is then that the hyenas realized the plan of the girl, and she was shocked that these filthy creatures were not as dumb as they looked. But just then, with surprise, one of the hyenas cut the girl, and she started bleeding while they decided to flee. Even when they were planning to bring her back alive and eat her slowly, the hyena decided to butcher her before she pulls any more tricks. And Shura knew that the girl was in danger as one of the hyenas was going to attack her. The girl started screaming. But just then, the boy screamed at the hyenas too, telling them to not be scared of the Seiyo flower because the hyenas were underestimating his stamina, because he is not some one-shot weakling like all the other guys. It was straight up hitting their ego as the hyenas wondered who the one-shot weakling was. But Shura actually needed this reaction and started calling them out for a fight. And one of the dumb hyenas fell for it, pouncing onto the boy. And as soon as this happened, Shura dodged the attack at the nick of time, and the hyena fell for the perverted flower. As the Seiyo flower got agitated, it started catching the hyena. Even when the hyena tried to free itself, it was not working, and Shura was happy that he got away on time. Even when the flower was cut down, the hyena knew that this was not over. After some time, he was thrown out, completely dried up after his low-quality juice was being sucked by the flower. This hyena was the group's boss and had the thickest hide. He was taken out by our boy with only a single strike after he was captured by the flower. And as the boy had recovered a bit and gained energy after slashing the hyena, he realized that these hyenas were not only draining mana, but also absorbing other race powers too. Even when Shura's legs were still shaking due to the flower, he knew that it was time for him to recover using his sword and the hyena's blood. Hearing that, both those filthy creatures started running away, knowing that they cannot beat him. But Shura knew that it was his chance. But just then he turned around and started looking at the girl devilishly, who wondered what was going to happen to her as Shura's sword had blood dripping all over. The girl wondered what the boy planned to do. Shura malevolently told the girl that she had put him through hell, and now she cannot just go without anything. While the hyenas were unconscious, the girl realized that the boy's eyes were totally different now, and it was as if he was seriously trying to kill her. But as the boy raised his sword and the girl started screaming for mercy, she saw that only the rope was cut, and then it was used as a bandage to stop the blood from flowing all over. She was told by our boy to get to a clinic fast because he was not giving her a ride. But still, as the boy started going away, the girl wondered where he was going. But his main mission was to look for the Mima flower, and the hyenas were probably getting reinforcements, so he did not want to stay in a place like this. The girl wanted to come too, but as she started running, she fell down and became unconscious. At first, Shura thought that she was playing her tricks once again, but this time the girl was really unconscious. But suddenly someone screamed at Shura, wondering what the hell he was doing there, and a giant spear-like thing was thrown at him. The boy dodged at the nick of time, and we see that these were the two guards who were protecting the gate at the checkpoint, and Shura wondered why they were following him. In the meantime, Mathira and the female soldier arrived, and the soldier thought that the young girl had died, calling her young lady, wondering what she was supposed to tell the chieftain if she died. And Mathira started checking the pulse of the young lady, telling the soldiers that she is fine and just passed out from blood loss. Hearing those words, the boy actually wondered if the girl was really the chieftain's daughter and did not lie. The guards also realized that our boy was a demon, but one of them knew that he was the lady's hired hand. But instead of blaming the beast lady, they thought that it was the boy who had tricked them. And to save herself, even the lady, Mathira, told the guards that demons were a despicable race, and she was careless and got fooled, telling the guards to make sure to give our boy a proper lesson while she took the young lady to the clinic. Shura was shocked that Mathira had just cut ties with him this mercilessly, while the boy was on his own. The guard looked at the hyenas, knowing that it was a dangerous territory, telling the bulky guard to go and protect Lady Mathira and the others. As the bulky guard got away, the wolf beast was told by our boy to not get the wrong idea because the blood was from the hyenas. But the guard already knew that. Shura started explaining that even when he had sneaked in disguised as a beast kin, he had saved the tribe leader's daughter. But this was not enough for the guard to stop, as he immediately got behind our boy and used his spear once again. Somehow the boy detected it and jumped out of the attack range, knowing that he dodged because he was on guard. But if he would let his guard down, then he would be cut clean in two. The guard did not really care about what happened between the boy and the hyenas. But the fact that he let a demon slip in and the young lady got hurt was his failure. And that is why he would absolutely not forgive anyone for that. The guard lunged at our boy with insane speeds, and he was somehow able to deflect the attack, but also took damage, knowing that a B-rank monster was on a whole different level from the beasts that he had fought before. He knew that there's no way that he can win in the current state, but he knew that if he can absorb the guard's power, then he might recover his lost strength and even rank up. The boy decided to fight, but as he spun his sword, the guard was able to catch it midair and kicked our boy several meters away while lunging at him at the same time. The beast was ferocious, performing multiple kicks and punches, while Shura wondered what he should do, because the guard was easily deflecting his full force strike and was countering in an instant, and his speed also had no openings. Shura remembered watching an explanation about dog versus cat fight, knowing that canines attack using their upper body and they have an advantage in power, but their spine and waist are stiff. So unlike the cats, they lack flexibility and cannot attack except by charging and biting. And that is why they cannot win against smaller cats. And in other words, if the boy would shut down his front, he can win. The boy immediately jumped above the guard and started targeting his back spine, but before the attack could land, the beast also jumped away. He dodged it just in the nick of time, even making Shura shock as his sword was hungry for the prey. The guard was not able to believe that a demon had figured out his weak point and actually strategized this fast, but the guard was sure that this is as far as Shura can go. But the boy immediately took some dirt into his hand and threw it onto the eyes of the guard while running away. The guard wondered how someone can run away in mid-fight, and how Shura can think that he can outrun him in the mountains. But the boy knew that he was powerless and had used too much stamina, knowing that at this rate, the guard is going to catch up sooner or later. The boy was running as fast as he could, but surely he was out of breath and knew that he was at his limit because he used up everything with that large strike. And that too was dodged by the beast. Shura wondered if this is where he died, but just then he saw something, and as he looked closer, he realized that it was a Seiyo flower. Shura just thought of a perfect plan. The scene shifts as we see the wolf-like beast who was jumping all over the trees and trying to find the boy with his scent. Just then, the guard spotted the same cloak of our boy and thought that he had found him, immediately pouncing at him with his sharp claws, telling him that he is not getting away. But we see that this cloak was being controlled by nothing but a vine, which was actually a trap. Just then he heard a familiar voice which told him that plants are living things too, and that the guard should not be rough with them. The guard wondered if Shura really thought that he could get away with this, and the beast wanted him to die at this instant. But Shura's face turned pale as he smiled and told him to not move too much. And just then he saw the Seiyo flower that he had already contacted. The guard knew that now this is over for him, as multiple Seiyo flower heads started popping out from the ground, and all of them grabbed the wolf while it told the boy that he was covered for using such tactics. But Shura did not care, laughing and telling the guard from experience that it is better if they stay still. Shura started going away while the guard wanted him to wait, but he was being hanged by all the vines that came towards the flower. This angered the guard so much that he started looking at the deadly flower with a killing intent. But after only a few moments, he realized that the Seiyo flower was so filthy that it dares to get even the wolf's white juice without his permission. But as he was getting sucked inside the flower, the guard used his full power and freed himself from the tube, slashing the flower into 2 halves without any mercy, and cutting all those flower heads while powering up to his max and running towards our boy, calling him a damn demon, being sure that he will kill our boy no matter what. As the scene shifts, we see that it was the next day where Mathira and the other beasts were running along with the young lady, trying to have Miss Catherine examine her right away, wanting to find the 2 demon women who were along with Shura. But midway, the girl gained consciousness, and the soldier noticed it. The girl called the soldier as Mimi, wondering what was going on. And Mimi started crying, being glad that the girl was safe because she was quite scared. Even Mathira thought that it was her fault to trust the demons, and because of that, the enemy got in and put the girl in danger, getting ready to accept any punishment. But the girl wondered where the demon had gone, who was with him. Mimi told her that they have to eliminate him, and that Shura will probably be torn to pieces right now. But the girl started running, knowing that she will have to stop the guard, even when Mathira told her to not move because her wound will reopen. But the girl knew that if she did not stop what was happening now, it will be too late, because the ones who attacked her were the hyenas, and the demon was not involved at all. Mathira realized her mistake. The scene shifts where we see that Shura was just walking to find the Mima flower. Finally, he finds multiple Mima flowers and grabbed one. As he put it inside his cloak, just then, the boy felt a surge of killing intent and jumped away while we see that the wolf guard was attacking our boy and landed on the ground with a thunderous impact. The demon was startled for a bit, but then stood up as he saw the crimson eyes of the guard, wondering how he was already back when he should be trapped by the perverted flower. But now the guard was even more angry that Shura had dared to mess with him, getting ready to rip the demon's guts out and then stuff them down his throat. Even Shura was not able to believe that the guard was so brutal, telling him again and again that he had saved the small girl, and as a beast, he should be showing some gratitude to the demon. But the guard thought that Shura was lying, getting ready to pounce on him with heavy claws. Even when the boy was dodging again and again, he tried to negotiate with the guard, telling him that he is telling the truth and he should ask the girl itself. But the guard was not ready to believe it, getting ready to throw an insane punch full of beast energy towards our boy. Shura was able to deflect this attack and protect himself. The impact was so much that he couldn't hold it and flew several meters away. The boy was still standing, wondering why the guard was not understanding. But now he saw that the guard was full of killing intent and pounced onto our boy, scratching his chest and destroying even the Mima flower. Shura was angry that he finally found the flower, but it was destroyed, getting ready to finally fight as he jumped straight towards the guard. But the guard was sure that Shura was overconfident, as he dodged and grabbed the hand of the boy, twisting it and breaking it. Meanwhile, the guard was now enjoying it as he was damaging the demon's body slowly and painfully, while Shura screamed again and again, not able to bear with the pain and agony. The boy was now looking at his distorted hand, realizing that this was the power of a B-ranked monster, knowing that he was not even going all out until now. But at this rate, Shura was sure that he is seriously going to die. But then again, he was attacked by the monster and got slammed onto the ground, trying to grab his weapon. But then his other hand snapped only by 1 foot of the guard while he wondered if the boy was already at his limit, because they are just getting started. The guard grabbed our boy by his hair and told him that the real punishment starts now, as he straight up punched onto the solar plexus of our boy and made a hole out of it, throwing him several meters away. The impact was so much that multiple huge trees were broken, and Shura finally stopped, leaving his body impression onto the last tree. But something strange was happening inside his body as the boy became unconscious. We see the real body of the original Shura, who slowly started waking up. While the guard was running with insane speeds, telling the boy that this was not over yet, he kept on attacking the unconscious body of our boy while it spilled blood all over. And he got slammed onto the ground once again. The guard put his leg onto the head of the demon, thinking to finish him off while criticizing that demons were way too weak, and Shura was not even worth dying. But just then he heard the voice of a boy who told him that he was not dead yet. As the guard turned around with a shock on his face, he saw that Shura was waking up slowly but surely. The guard became happy in the instant, knowing that he was not satisfied yet. But now something was different about this man who was calling himself a fragile human, wondering about what the human had done to his body, thinking that he was useless. And just then, the man started using his own powers and immediately snapped his hand back as it looked like new, and even his hole was being completely healed, while the man had a really weird look on his face. And suddenly, he used some kind of repulsive power to call back his demonic sword, wondering about why the human was giving such low power to the demonic sword upon his death. And this is when we come to know that this was the actual Shura back in his body, being happy that he is back, thinking that the Asura's return should be known to the whole demon realm. Pulsating a lot of energy, which originated from the mountain as the whole beast clan and all the animals in the jungle started running away from the place. Even Mathira and Mimi, who were going back to the mountain, wondered what it was, because it was as if the whole abyss was shaking. But Mathira knew that it came from the mountain, and the lady realized that something must have happened at the top. Shura was testing his body once again, and the guard realized that in the previous fight, the demon was not actually using his regeneration ability. Not able to believe that even when he was completely wrecked, he was recovered in an instant. The guard wondered how just a moment ago, he was so weak, wondering if the man was pretending. But the guard was sure that something was clearly different now. And Shura was happy to be back in his body, knowing that it has been a while since he had moved like this. As his body was still getting used to it, he straight up jumped onto the guard, telling him that he's gonna help him getting back in shape after such a long slumber. As the real Shura started attacking the guard, somehow the beast deflected it, maintaining his distance, knowing that it was not good to be so close. But even when he thought that he was safe, a giant slash appeared on his chest as blood spilled all over, and the guard wondered when he got slashed. But before he could process anything, Shura was immediately close to him and slashed him again. The guard realized that this man was too fast. This slash was so intense that all the trees were wrecked by only a single slash, and the guard knew that if it would have hit him, it was the end of him. But it was not over, as Shura was not going to give up, immediately coming closer to the guard and without any mercy, slashing all over his body and slowly enjoying the pain that the guard was witnessing while he was screaming. Shura wanted the guard to fight him seriously, because this was getting boring. But on the other hand, the guard was completely overwhelmed by a completely different person from before, because now he had no room to counterattack at all. And even when the guard saw an opening and thought that it was his chance, Shura grabbed his claws and now asked the guard like a maniac if these were the claws that scratched him earlier, immediately slashing the whole arm off, making the guard scream like crazy while he got separated from his hand. And this was not enough, as Shura pierced the guard's chest by his demonic sword, and then kicked him several meters away with the sword still in him, as he got pinned into a tree that was able to brace the impact. Shura came closer to the guard, making the beast scared by every passing second, while he told the guard that he thought that he would get a bit more fun out of this. But as the beast was not even worth talking to, he thought that he should finish it. Even when the guard wanted to say something, Shura grabbed his mouth so tightly that it was hurting, and the man had a devilish look and smile on his face of a real demon. While he wondered about how the guard was going to torture him by ripping out his organs, now it was Shura who wanted to do it and got ready with his hands. But then the man heard a familiar voice, and we see that it was none other than the princess and the servant lady. Shura was shocked to see Princess Maya and immediately remembered a flashback where he was being insanely injured. And the one who injured him was none other than Princess Maya herself, who wondered if Shura thought that she was really going to marry him, and instead, what she said she wanted was Shura's life, piercing through the demon's chest. And as Shura remembered everything, he was not able to contain his anger, telling the princess that she had triggered him. But as the princess and the servant were still not aware, the servant immediately started going towards Shura, telling him to not draw too much attention and release that beast. The man also realized this failure of realization from the servant and started to play along, releasing the guard immediately from the tree and letting the servant come over while he waited with his devilish grin on his face. But as the princess looked at those eyes of the man, she realized and screamed at the lady that the man in front of him was not Bon, and instead the real Shura. The princess knew that the servant was going to get attacked, and she was feeling helpless while screaming intensely. But just in the nick of time, the servant realized that she was being called and sensed the attack that was coming towards her. Even when she was startled, the princess used her whip and grabbed the lady, pulling her towards a different direction so that she could be saved. Somehow, the lady was saved from Shura's attack while it devastated the whole ground, and even the impact was felt all over. But the damage was not that lethal. The princess immediately grabbed the lady, and as things calmed down, she immediately asked the man if he was actually Shura. The servant was not able to believe that Shura the Asura was still alive, thinking that it was wonderful that he was still alive. But Shura, on the other hand, thought that the princess must be so disappointed that she had failed to kill him. The princess was not able to believe that Shura thought that she was the one who attacked him, and the servant told him that this was a misunderstanding, because the princess was his fiancée, and she can gain nothing from killing him. But Shura thought that if the lady would not be his fiancée, then he would not have let his guard down and ever given her the chance to kill him. And as the princess had used the man's trust to take his life, he had let a pathetic human occupy his body, which truly made Princess Meyer a real demon that Shura never thought she actually was. The princess was not able to say anything, and finally, after thinking for some time, she replied that someone must have caused an illusion to look like her in an attempt to separate Shura and her. But Shura was not able to believe that mere illusions in the demon clan could possibly fool his eyes after gaining so much power to see through them. Now the man was getting even more angry by every passing second, telling the princess that her lies were pathetic and she should die. The man immediately used his demonic sword to injure the princess, but she flew away and dodged the attack. But Shura was not ready to give up, and the servant came in between, trying to stop him from harming the princess. But she was being thrown out of the fight, just like a small pebble from rice, as she got severely injured just by one throw. The princess was finally being attacked by the demonic sword of the man, but somehow she was giving us some fan service and dodging each and every move while doing somersaults. She finally landed onto the ground, and Shura thought that this was the right moment for them to clash. But the princess was not ready to give up, enforcing her whip and using it as a weapon. Now both the princess and Shura started clashing while it was not even followed by others. The princess told Shura while fighting that they were being played, and whoever did this wanted them to kill each other so that they can benefit from the chaos. But now Shura was not in the mood, wondering how the lady learned these new phrases, or if this was the work of the human. Wondering what the experience was for the princess to be sleeping with a human in a demon body, never knowing that the lady had such tastes and was so filthy. Even the princess was shocked and was not able to deflect this attack, getting thrown several meters away while she tried to tell Shura that she would never do it. But then she realized something and told the man that this was not the point, and that she had found Shura's body when he was already dead and had to put his soul to conceal his death so that the plans of the perpetrators fail. And as both of them were allies, she asked about what she would gain by possibly killing Shura. Knowing that the culprits were most likely one of the 3 demon generals, or maybe all 3 of them working together, and the princess was looking into it. But the man was so angry that he decided to just kill them all, also the woman who had betrayed him by sleeping with a human. And the princess got ready for another lethal attack that came from the Asura. Shura was smiling while dealing this insane level of damage, but the princess immediately used her demonic shield and deflected the attack while the shield almost broke down. The princess realized that this madman was completely irrational, but she wondered if Shura was in control of this body, then where did Bon's soul go, and if it was devoured? But Shura noticed with his eccentric smile that the lady was not concentrating, even when he was about to die. And yet, maybe she was still thinking about that human, and slowly but surely the shield that the princess materialized was actually cracking, and the girl thought that it would be over after the shield would go away. Shura was constantly striking again and again to break the shield, And after it happened, the princess was thrown several meters away once again. Man, these demons really like to throw people around. But still, Shura immediately caught up and grabbed the princess by her neck, choking her, which suited her dress and attire. While Shura told her that since she cared about the humans so much, Shura was going to send her to see him. The princess was in pain, realizing that if this continues, she will really die. So she made a blushing face, wondering if Shura was really going to do this. But the man was dead serious, wondering if the lady was trying to beg for mercy. And by the crying, seductive face of the lady, even Shura was not able to believe that the most noble princess of the demon clan was groveling for her life. Shura smiled, thinking that as her former fiancé, he should allow the female for some final words. And this is the moment that the princess waited for, immediately chanting some demonic words. And Shura was nonchalantly looking at the spells, recalling that she was not very good at mind control, wondering if the princess really thought that a low-level spell like that can hurt him, which was completely laughable. But just when the man was going to choke the lady, something happened to his heart. It started thumping vigorously while Shura felt that something was not right. The princess was slammed down on the ground with a thud, and Shura wondered what was happening with him because his heart was hurting so much. The princess maintained her distance and grabbed Shura's neck with her whip, telling him that even when she was not advanced in spells, what she did was more than enough to deal with a demon like him. Now, the princess pulled the man's whip and threw him away, slammed onto the ground as he fell down with a heavy impact. Shura wondered what was happening to him while cursing the demon, promising that he will make her pay. But before that happens, it was as if Shura was unconscious. The princess then knelt down, knowing that she was injured and that this attack was just at the right time, because Shura almost broke the princess's neck. Even the servant wondered what the princess was doing, sitting there, wondering if she was all right. But then she noticed that Shura's body was not responding, and the princess explained that his heart had stopped beating and that he is just a corpse now. Hearing that, the servant wondered what will happen to the human. The princess was stunned, wondering what she should do. Meanwhile, Shura was lying down on the ground lifelessly. But suddenly he opened his eyes and started flailing like a chicken, calling out to the beast, telling him that he was dead meat. This shocked both the princess and the servant, while Shura was looking at himself, wondering what had happened to his arm and leg and why were all his wounds healed. Along with that, why did the princess and the servant lady were standing in front of him? But the princess, on the other hand, wondered if he was Shura or if he was Ban. He casually started coming towards the princess, telling her that he had found the flower, but then he ran into a mad beast guard and the flower got destroyed. Wondering if there's any other way for Catherine to heal him. But the servant was still in fight-or-flight mode, immediately punching the boy and throwing him away without realizing how far he would go. As Ban was caught off guard, he was not able to even balance his fall and multiple of his teeth were gone. But the princess was happy that it is confirmed that he was back to being Ban, because he is too weak for being Shura. Meanwhile, we come back to Catherine's clinic, and our boy was shocked to know that the real Shura was not dead yet. But the princess explained that even when Shura was dead, he was just not dead completely. But Ban thought that this was a really bad joke. And the princess started explaining that when she had found Shura's body, he was no longer breathing. But he is so powerful that even in that state, he still managed to leave behind a fragment of his soul. And in other words, this body now contains two souls. And this is likely the reason about why a mere human, like a boy, was able to use demonic power and no harm came to him. But the servant wondered if Shura's soul was still there, then why did it not appear before now? But the princess had the explanation for it as well, thinking that maybe Shura's soul fragment was very weak and cannot fully control the body. And he was only forced to awaken because the human's life was in mortal danger and the body would be completely destroyed. But now the servant lady was terrified because Shura was that strong with just a tiny soul fragment, wondering if he would fully recover, how powerful the original demon would be. The princess also knew that they were lucky, otherwise, even if the lady had prepared the forbidden spell, she still could not have controlled the Asura at his full strength. Meanwhile, our boy wondered what the forbidden spell was, and the princess explained once again that it is a kind of magic spell that was similar to human hypnosis. But by speaking the incantation, the princess can cause the target's heart to stop beating temporarily. And then the boy realized that this is the reason why his heart was aching when he woke up. But then he was angry all of a sudden, wondering why a ticking time bomb was placed inside him, and she did not even let him know. But the princess straight up told the boy that when she moved his soul into Shura's body, she also did the incantation because it was meant to keep the boy obedient. And Shura was finding new heights about how much of an honest person the princess can be. But still, the boy wondered if the princess had really killed Shura. And this stunned the princess even more. And the servant started speaking for the lady, wondering why she would kill the man she loved or was supposed to marry. But on the other hand, the princess wondered if our boy thought that she would kill him, and the boy answered that she would definitely do that. The princess was a bit disappointed, wondering why she would do so, and the boy explained that she and Shura are both demons, so compared to a cross-species relationship between the princess and her, the human, the demon bond would naturally be stronger. And if Shura was being killed by her, then she also had a reason to want to keep him dead, because that would make him and the princess the only partner. But if the real killer is someone else, then the moment she clears up the misunderstanding, the boy will lose all his value, and he might even become a disposable pawn. The princess realized that the boy was quite the analyst, apologizing for the disappointment, but clearing that the killer was not her. And she was not allowing Shura to reawaken until she finds the real killer. Otherwise, with his madness, it would just be a danger. And even the Demon King and the entire demon clan would be at risk if she did so. The princess wondered if the boy had any other questions. And the last question asked by him was if Shura was being liked by the princess. And the princess immediately denied because emotions were meaningless to her. And in her eyes, there are only two kinds of people, partners and enemies. Somehow Bon felt relieved after this answer. And the servant wondered if he was having some naughty ideas about doing something with the princess. No matter whether the princess and Shura's misunderstanding can be resolved or not, the boy will always be hopeless. But Shura Bon was not ready to believe that, knowing that even when he is not as powerful as the Asura himself, but before the killer is found, Shura is just like a ticking time bomb. And moreover, with his obstinate and self-centered nature, he was not a good partner at all. And as long as there are no emotional factors involved, everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. So now the boy and the real Shura are pretty much even and were at the same starting point. And in other words, if the boy proved that his value is greater than the real Shura, then it is not impossible to win the princess's heart. But the servant was not ready for the comparison between the boy and the Asura. And this annoyed even our boy, as he wondered if the servant was always speaking for him because she liked him or not. This made the servant blush while she denied everything as nonsense. But the boy showed his middle finger to her, telling her that he had hit the nail on the head. Otherwise, she would not be feeling so embarrassed right now. But looking at them bickering, the princess felt some kind of normalcy. As she thought, after looking at the fight, about how big of the gap between the real Shura and Bon was, and even when she was not sure if it was the confidence of her optimism, but this person's thinking is always so different from the others. Meanwhile, we see that the servant and our boy were still fighting, as she told the boy that with his sharp tongue, he is asking for a beating. The servant immediately grabbed the collar of our boy and gave him a suplex, throwing him with such an impact that it was sure to break some of his bones. But we see that at just the right moment, Shura was being caught by the robot, being put down slowly on the ground, while Catherine was again angry, wondering if these guys will stop shouting, warning them that if they made any more noise then she is going to cut all of their vocal cords. While the robot started spinning around, telling his master to watch her blood pressure. But just then, a familiar hand grabbed the shoulder of our boy, and as he turned around, he saw Mathira and Mimi along with the beast guard. The boy was shocked and he immediately jumped away from the beast, wondering how he was still alive. But the princess telepathically told him that shortly after he fainted, the members of the beast clan came up the mountain. And even when the wolf beast was seriously injured, he was still breathing. But to his surprise, it was the beast who was apologizing to the boy for something. And the princess explained telepathically that she had used illusion magic to change his memories. And he only thinks that he was injured by a pack of hyenas on the mountain, along with everyone else. Mathira started speaking that they have already investigated the matter, that the young lady was abducted by the hyenas, and she was sorry that she had mistaken Shura for a bad being. But now, the boy started screaming about how the beast lady failed to distinguish right from wrong and repaid kindness with hostility, but also destroyed the flower that took him so long to find. Now just a simple sorry was not enough. But the lady wondered about what they can do to make up for it, because she apologized for being so impulsive. And knowing that, the princess wondered if there was any other place where they can find the same flower. But Catherine knew that the growing conditions for the flower were quite stringent, because within the entire beast clan, only the mountain of 1,000 beasts has it, and it blooms once every 30 years. And to obtain the flower, one must wait another 30 years. And now the boy imagined himself as an old man, and the servant teased him that by the passing of 30 years, he would probably won't need the two flexible things anymore. But the wolf was apologizing again and again, and the princess told him that it was just their bad luck that it had happened. But Shura was horrified, telling the princess that it was not just bad luck because he was the one who had to deal with the disease and not the princess or anyone else. So they do not know the pain. Because he cannot even imagine that he will have to hide his smooth sword without a chance to show what it is capable of, just because he had got two of them. But just then, the soldier, Mimi, told everyone that the clan leader has heard about the events and wishes to meet them all because the young lady also wants to personally express her gratitude. So she wondered if they are willing to follow the soldier and see them now. The princess thought that this was perfect, because she also wanted to discuss the matter of the four clans' conference with the clan leader. But the boy was not so enthusiastic, telling the princess that if she wants to go, then she can go, because he was not in the mood to deal with that girl right now. But the princess told the boy that magic beasts were half demon and half beast, and one such species was also the clan chief, who is also the leader of the beast tribe, and maybe he can cure the dual sword thing of his. But if the boy did not want to go, then he is not forced to. But as the boy knew that he can be healed, he told the princess that she should have told him about it first, getting ready to go without thinking twice. As the scene shifts, we see that Mathira and the demons entered into a large hall filled with beast clan members, while Mathira told them that the clan leader was currently in the middle of something. So they should wait. But after some time, it was announced that the clan leader has arrived. And as the clan chief finally arrived, everyone inside the hall greeted him with utmost respect. Our boy and the others noticed that the clan chief of the beast clan was actually a tall guy who was really tall. As he sat down, he told the others to have a seat. And as everyone took a seat on the ground, the boy wondered if this is how the beast clan holds its meetings, because it is completely different from the demon clan. It is then that the princess told him that the beast clan was most unity-focused among the four clans. And if the demon clan values martial power, then the beast clan values prestige, without fail, and only the person with the highest prestige and trust can be elected as the clan chief. And it results in great harmony within their ranks, so the clan leader is deeply trusted. One of the soldiers called out to the prisoners, and they were taken by some guards. As they still had smiles on their face, these hyenas were not having any remorse at all. And it was informed by Mathira that these despicable hyenas have committed many evils. They have the audacity to even kidnap the young lady. And today's meeting was to decide how to deal with them. Even the general wondered how the hyenas dared to leave the mountain and enter the bee squad unpermitted. And then also doing kidnapping, abduction, harming their own kind, wondering if they were pleading guilty. But the hyena smiled, immediately agreeing that they did it. But he smiled and told the man to not forget that their ancestors were meritorious to the Beast clan. And even if they have committed a crime, the Beast clan cannot do anything to them. Both the princess and our boy were shocked, wondering what they meant. And Mathira informed everyone that many years ago, in a great battle, their old clan leader was exhausted and gravely injured. And it was a hyena guard who offered his own flesh and blood, allowing the old leader to regain his strength and lead the clan to victory for the territory. But however, that hyena died from losing too much blood. And in appreciation of his sacrifice, the old leader established a rule that descendants of the hyena, no matter their wrongdoings, shall be exempt from punishment. And it was no wonder that these hyenas were robbing their own kin and harming the young, yet are only confined to the mountain. And because of this rule, they have been doing evil again and again for many years by being lawless. And everyone detests them to the bone. But there is nothing that anyone can do. But having this rule was like saying to the hyenas that they are free to do as much wrong as they want to, because there would not be any punishment. And Ban even wondered about what kind of genius thought of such a reward. The princess knew that maybe the clan leader wanted to show off his benevolence by not anticipating such a terrible outcome. But if our boy would be the clan leader, then his head would be hurting. The servant wondered what the difficulty of this rule was, because harming children is also punishable among the demon clan. So the servant wanted to just kill them and be done with it. But the boy wondered if the servant's head was filled with dirt, because if it would be that easy, then the hyenas would not be alive right now. And the princess also supported our boy, telling her that carrying out their execution would mean defying the ancestral rule, and yet letting it be would result in a public outrage. So the princess wondered how the chief will handle it. The hyenas were still acting arrogant, telling the leader that they have admitted their faults. And as there is nothing else, they wanted to go back because there are so many young people at the base of the mountain. And if too much time passes, they would not be able to restrain themselves. And just by saying that, the both hyenas started laughing like the filth they were. And this was working as a rage bait for all the other beast clan members, who wondered how they can misbehave in front of the clan leader, thinking that they cannot let them go, because these hyenas were now becoming like a cancer. And if they let them go, they will escape and continue their evil deeds. A faction was thinking that they should be executed, but some people were still in favor of the ancestral rule, thinking that the hyena tribe was exempt from punishment, and executing them may dishearten the warriors who have fought and died for the clan. The young beasts wondered if they were supposed to leave the hyenas as it is, and let the life of many other young beasts be lost in vain. But the whole audience was split in favor of execution and against it. Meanwhile, the clan leader wondered what he should do, and the best thing to do was to send out a huge roar that silenced each and every one of them. The princess had already expected that there would be division within the beast clan, and wondered how the clan leader will make a decision that will convince everyone. Our boy immediately realized that something was wrong, because if the clan chief does not handle the situation properly, then it will affect the entire beast clan. The horse lady wondered if this was really that serious of a problem, and the servant, as dumb as she is, thought that Bond was just sprouting some nonsense, telling the lady to ignore him. But then the bees chief started telling the hyenas that their crimes were unforgivable, and according to the clan law, the sentence for the sin was straight-up death. And the horse lady was happy after hearing this, and the first half of the whole clan was also thinking that the chief had made a wise decision. But the other side of the elderly people were against it. The hyenas started screaming that they were the benefactors of the beast kin, and that there was no way they were really going to kill them. Now, one of the hyenas tried to become smart, telling the chief that the one they had captured was the chief's daughter, so now he was using his position to settle a personal grudge. Now this was a really big blame that was put on the chief, and everyone else wondered if this was the case. Maya also wondered if this was what Byrne was talking about. Now the boy started explaining to everyone that while the chief was the head of the beast clan, he was also the father of the princess. And even when they had committed major crimes, they were only ever exiled. And if the chief gives them that sentence now because of the kidnapping of his daughter, then it will look personal. And if the leader makes such an exception, then he will lose both the respect and trust of the other beast people. Now the servant lady immediately thought that making such a fuss over just one execution was not worth it, and that the demon clan was really just simpler and easier. Even the horse lady thought that the chief was more fair than anyone, and there was no way that this would be true. But the hyenas were using this accusation to their advantage, telling the chief that all he did was abuse his authority, making him unfit to be the chief. Breaking rules that are set by their ancestors was not something that the beasts could trust their chief with going forward. And now everyone was talking that maybe he was breaking the rule because the hyenas had laid hands on the princess, making it really personal when such incidents had happened before. The horse lady was unable to believe that something like this was happening. But hearing that, the chief immediately got up, and everyone was shocked to see that the chief was so furious as he came down. Even the hyenas were scared as the chief raised his hand, as if he was going to attack. The hyenas were not able to believe that the chief was really going through with it, because even for the chief, they did not have the right to sentence people like that on their own. But the chief, opposite to everyone's belief, pulled out his nails and harmed himself on the chest, shocking everyone to the core, while the merchant horse lady wondered what the chief was doing. Everyone was shocked by this. But as the chief was panting, he took a deep sigh of relief, and he started explaining to everyone that the hyenas once gave their flesh and blood for the clan, and today he was going to repay that. And as the hyenas, contributions were indeed great, even so, they could not erase the crimes that they had committed. And if they tolerate everything because of one person's achievements, what will arise is only sin and further greed. And the chief knew that rules like these should not exist ever again. So as of today, the hyenas' privileges were abolished, and now everyone was with the captain as they heard it, knowing that they had already repaid that enough and that the cowards should die. They were back in support of the chief, and all of them agreed. And with that, the chief immediately ordered the hyenas to be taken away and punished according to the Beast Clan's laws. Some soldiers immediately came and grabbed those brats, while they were back to their normal selves, not being arrogant anymore, trying to please the chief and begging him not to kill them, knowing that they were wrong and deciding not to do it again. But now it was too late. The horse lady immediately told the doctors to treat the chief, while Byrne was happy, knowing that the chief was a truly remarkable man. And also Maya remembered that it was no wonder the Beast Clan was growing in strength lately, because to think that such an incredible chief existed was a shock in itself. And Maya knew that if they could form an alliance with them, then it could be a benefit even for the demon clan. But as the man was bandaged and got back into his usual clothing, he wondered if in front of him were the demon princess and her attendant. Both the people introduced themselves as Maya and Shura. The clan chief had already heard from Mathira that they had saved his daughter from the hyenas, and as a father, the man thanked Shura after doing so. But as those demons had ignored the martial law and entered their territories, now the chief wanted to know what their purpose was, really intimidating both the demon princess and our boy. The chief made it clear that entering into the beast territory was strictly forbidden during the martial law, wondering what the purpose of the demons actually was. And all the other soldiers also thought that demons were always selfish and did not care about the other races, violating the law during the four-clan conference, making it a full-blown declaration of war. Because if the word gets out, then the Beast Clan's honor will be completely ruined. All the people immediately encircled the demons, trying to seize them, and both Maya and Shura were ready to fight. But it was Mathira who stopped everyone, telling the chief that they came to the Beast Clan for a reason. But now no one was ready to listen, thinking that crafty demons always have an excuse for everything, and that they had definitely come to scout, and now they could not be left alive. But now Bon immediately interjected that the White Clan chief who sacrificed himself to abolish those ridiculous rules should have been a better man, but he turned out to be nothing special, and even his subordinates were nothing but pigs. The clan chief heard it and stopped for a moment, while everyone else was shouting like a mob, wondering how a demon dared to talk about their clan chief that way, mocking the entire Beast Clan. But according to Bon, he did not say anything wrong, because they could not even say a word against those hyenas who had already strutted around acting superior. But Bon and the others had definitely defeated those hyenas and even rescued the young lady, so they should have been thanked instead. But now they were being treated as prisoners. Now the servant lady also started screaming at the others about how those people were also like the hyenas, making them completely ungrateful scum, knowing that they should have let the hyenas eat the princess instead. But the Beast Clan members were still not ready to acknowledge anything, thinking that they would tell the chief to kill them and he would do so. Even Mathira thought that if this kept up, then it would turn into a full-blown fight, wanting the chief to listen to her for just a moment. But the chief stopped everyone, telling them that it was enough, telling everyone that no matter the reason, they had broken the Beast Clan's law and they should have been seized. The horse lady was shocked by this decision, but someone came right there and screamed with a familiar voice, telling everyone to stop right there. It was none other than the young princess, along with the other guards present there. She started screaming at the chief, calling him an old man and telling him that they were all her companions, so that was a very cheap thing to do. And hearing that, our boy was shocked along with Maya and the servant lady, and the captain was now really in a fix, getting scolded by his own daughter. Now she wanted everyone who wanted the demons to be captured to come out and face her. She started pointing her finger at the beast kin one by one, and they all immediately denied it. Even the elders knew that if they made the young lady angry, then they would be in serious trouble, and even the elders were scared, not ready to die just yet. Meanwhile, Bon wondered if the kid was going through some kind of rebellious phase. And suddenly the chief screamed at the princess, telling her that it was enough already. The princess stopped for a moment, and the chief explained that only leaders of the Beast Clan were allowed to participate in the council meeting, wondering how the princess had come in. But the foxy beast lady apologized to the chief, telling him that she could not be stopped. Even the guard with only one hand immediately dropped to his knees, apologizing to the chief, while the chief wondered why everyone was doing so. The wolf beast explained that as the head of the guard, he had allowed demons to enter the territory. However, if it were not for them, he would have been eaten by the hyenas, so now he was ready to bear any punishment himself. The second guard also knelt down and was ready to receive punishment, and Mathira also joined in, telling the chief not to blame them because she was the one who told them that the demon was with her. The chief realized that all the people were trying to pressure him into forgiving the demons by apologizing like that, but everyone disagreed. Now the captain laughed, wondering what he should do. He told Matira that she was the head of the merchant guild, and Inyu and Kumar were promising youth even among the beast clan. The chief had big hopes for everyone, but rules were rules, and there were no exceptions. So the chief ordered the soldiers to take them all away without any delay. But the princess was not ready to accept it, telling the chief that the demons had saved her, and if they were now being imprisoned, then the princess's pride would be definitely shattered. But the chief scolded the princess, telling her to shut up because this was the assembly hall, and now she could not say whatever she liked there. At first, the princess was actually scared, but then she started laughing, knowing that outsiders were not allowed to come in and that it was a definite rule. But then she asked the chief what would happen if they became part of the family. The chief wondered what the princess was saying, and then she blushed and screamed at everyone that she was going to marry a demon. Now she immediately got closer to our boy, telling everyone that she loved this guy. This was shocking for Bon more than anyone else, while they were also shocked, including the chief, the merchant lady, and all the demon ladies too. The servant lady immediately pointed out that Shura was the princess's fiancé, and that if she wanted to get married, then they should hire someone better. But according to the princess, being a fiancé meant that they had not actually married yet. But she called out that she was different, because they had already held a wedding ceremony and had become husband and wife officially. Even when the beast lady was way above 30, she was still looking like a child, and Shura wanted her to stop talking nonsense. But now the servant lady, pointing her finger towards our boy, being as dumb as she was, said that this was why Lady Catherine examined that he had major injuries. She started slapping the boy again and again, thinking that Shura could not even control his lower body properly and did not even feel sorry for her highness. But Maya was not able to believe that our boy was this kind of man. And Shura tried to explain to everyone that he was weakened because he was almost eaten by the sil flower. He turned towards Maya, wondering if she was believing whatever the servant, stupid lady was saying, because there was no way that anyone would lay a hand on such a child-looking lady. The princess was angry by that fact, explaining to everyone that she was not a child and was just small in height, while coming closer to the boy and telling him that she was just saving his life. Because if he became part of the beast land, then he would not face punishment. And even when a groom sacrifice like him might be abused at first, but after 3 years, he was going to return as a king, which would be awesome for everyone. The princess wanted Shura to just be thankful. But this feeling of a scam was familiar already, and the boy wondered if the princess was plotting something weird once again. And we see that the lady had been reading another trending novel once again, and she copied the whole plot. But now the servant lady was strangely feeling extreme cold, and now even Shura started feeling it. But it was Maya who realized that it was not cold, but instead murderous intent. As everyone turned around, they saw that the chief was really angry at everything that had happened. One moment, if it was true, our boy told the chief that it was indeed a lie, but the princess was not ready to accept it. Now the captain was furious, with nerves bulging through his face, wondering what Shura was planning to do with her daughter, getting ready to kill him. Now the chief attacked the boy, and he was somehow able to dodge it. And the chief's anger was so much that he was breaking down the walls of the castle while trying to punch him. Meanwhile, Matira was not able to believe that the young lady really intended to marry that person because it was really ridiculous, while the chief was still getting angrier by every passing second, throwing Shura off several meters away as he rolled and got heavily injured. The injured guard wondered why the demon lady was not saving him, but the servant lady was as dumb as she could be, telling the guard that they did not need such a useless man in the demon clan. So if the beasts wanted him, then they could have him, as it would work in their favor. Meanwhile, we come back to the fight between the chief and the boy. And as the sharp claws started penetrating the chest of the boy, he screamed at the princess to tell the truth now, because otherwise he would be killed. Meanwhile, we see that the princess was just flipping through the pages of the trending novel, knowing that it never happened before. But she thought that she still had the trump card up her sleeve, getting ready with a lot of air in her chest as she screamed at her dad to stop because she was carrying Shura's child. This made the chief stop, as his face turned pale, and even Shura wondered what nonsense the princess was spouting now. Now the chief was shaken to his core as the princess explained that not only were they married, but Shura had even left behind a child. And if her dad was going to kill the boy, then she was going to die too. Both Shura and the chief were greatly angered by the princess, as the chief was not stopping, telling the man to die. But just then, Maya came to the rescue and materialized a blue orb in her hand, shooting a laser light projectile and protecting our boy as the chief deflected the attack. Now Maya came to the side of the boy and told everyone that Shura was her husband, and even if the beast clan attempted to kill him, it would be taken as a declaration of war against the demons. But the chief was not ready to let a man live who had defiled his daughter. For the dignity of the Beast clan, he decided that he would tear him apart. But Maya was hell-bent that Shura would never do such a thing. But suddenly, the servant lady immediately came behind the princess, wondering why they were risking their lives over a human like him when they were in Beastland territory, surrounded by enemies. Shura called her an idiot, wondering what benefit they would get if the boy died. But the servant lady thought that it was definitely our boy's fault to begin with. But the chief and Maya told both people to be silent immediately. Now the chief wondered why Maya was defending him, but Maya explained that she was not defending him, and instead saying that they needed evidence. The chief countered that they should see some proof that he did not do it. But Shura tried to make the chief understand that he did not do it without needing to say it, because he had a stunning beauty on one hand versus a really flat-chested, chibai-shaped girl on the other who had no feminine charm at all. Honestly, it was unfair to even compare them, because there was no way that someone would choose a child like her in front of a princess like Maya. The Beast Princess was shocked, trying to attack Shura for whatever he said. But our boy was hell-bent on it, and everyone in the Beast clan also thought that it was fair enough because the princess was not exactly brimming with feminine appeal either. The princess was angry at that fact, and the fox lady told everyone that the young lady was very cute, and all perverted men cared about were big melons, both on the front and the back. But the chief also thought that Shura had a point, and this made the princess jump up, wondering if her father was taking her side or not. But still, the chief knew that it was just one example, and that could not really be called proof. But Maya knew that a doctor could easily examine the Beast Princess, which was simple enough. And besides, Shura had been exposed to the seductive poison that was given by the mummy, and anyone he shared a bed with would be tainted by the same poison. And if that was true, then the princess must be poisoned too. Shura immediately continued that it was right, and that he went to the mountain of the 1,000 beasts to cure it. Because if this was not the case, then they would not have taken the risk to come all this way. Hearing that, the beast immediately extended his tail and grabbed Shura near him and sniffed him, realizing that it was definitely the seductive poison. The chief now turned towards the princess, wondering whether whatever she had said in front of everyone was true or not. But now the princess tried to act all cute, telling her father that just because they got married did not mean that they would have children right away. The chief was really angry at his daughter, telling her not to screw with him, because it was one thing to act recklessly all the time, but making a joke that could spark conflict between clans was unacceptable. The man wanted the soldiers to lock her in her room, making it forbidden for her to go outside until the chief said so. This made the princess cry as she started screaming that whatever she did was always wrong for her father anyway, and that he would be happier if she got eaten by those hyenas instead. Saying that, the lady started crying and ran away to her room, while the captain knew that he had clearly overreacted, even when he did not want to. He apologized for earlier, telling the demons that his daughter was just inexperienced with the world. But Maya was ready to brush it away as long as the man understood and every misunderstanding was cleared. But still, the chief wanted to offer something as a token of apology, and both Maya and Shura were shocked by the sudden revelation.